Ya está, ahora nos ubicamos. Parece que no.
Yo te aviso, pero nada, no vamos a esperar a que llegue ella porque parece que se ha retrasado.
De acuerdo, estupendo. Le he comentado a Javier que en ese momento hay que avisar también a los técnicos para que estén prevenidos de que me abran el micro. Pero bueno,
para que...
sí, pero bueno, eso es, sí. La verdad es que no. Hola, ¿qué tal? Egunon, ongi etorri denoi. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, So, good morning. Welcome to this event organised by the Government of Navarre through the Traffic Service, the European Transport Safety Council and the MAPRE Foundation. Thank you very much for being here today. But we're not here to talk about trivialities. Today, we're talking about life and death issues and what we can do to help our youngest members of our families understand why road safety education is so essential. And today, our challenge is to discover new formulas, new ways to instill road safety education in the younger members of our society. And we're going to learn more about the LEARN program and other best practices. And to do this, we have a great team of professionals who'll be with us throughout the day, and they're going to help us achieve this goal. So without further ado, let's begin. Now, first of all, we're going to hear from Salvador Díaz-Baja, who is the Director General of the Government of Navarre. So welcome to Salvador. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for their high level of participation and also for the warm welcome that has been given to this European Road Safety Education Seminar, which has brought together, for the first time in Navarre, experts in the field with different experiences in other cities. So thanks to the entire team at the Navarre Traffic Service, and also thank you to MAPRE for their collaboration and their willingness to raise awareness of an area that we must and should emphasize, because road safety should be an important and also a natural part of our daily lives, so that the younger members of our society, young people, can grow up safely. The Department of the Interior, Civil Service and Justice has been promoting various initiatives in this regard within the framework of the Strategic Plan for Road Safety, Safe Mobility in the Autonomous Community of Navarre, which was presented almost a year ago, and which included, among other actions to be carried out from now until 2027, the holding of the conference that we're all at today. We're also making progress on an agreement with local authorities that seeks to create a network of municipalities to reinforce safe mobility, and contacts have been established with different interest groups and associations. Our road safety strategy is based on a series of principles that have been agreed upon by the scientific community and the public institutions working in this field, such as Vision Zero and the European Union's Safe System, with the aim of making sure that by 2050, and this is important, by 2050, we're going to really try to make sure that we're going to have 0 road traffic fatalities by that year, by 2050. The plan's section on road safety training and education includes 7 different actions: training for teachers, training for road safety instructors, creation and implementation of an educational project for students at Parque Polo, a review of the En lo que dura un parpadeo, in the blink of an eye initiative, training for teachers of the advanced technical course in safe and sustainable mobility, creation of a curriculum for safe mobility education, and then finally training for leisure instructors. And today at the conference we'll be focusing on the European project Learn, harnessing education to promote road safety now, which aims to improve the quality of education on road safety and mobility in Europe by providing tools, information and resources for experts in the sector, and also by offering guidelines and recommendations. It will serve as a meeting point for discussing methods and initiatives that integrate road safety education into education itself in a practical and concrete way. And it's important to highlight the idea of it being practical in this sense. This initiative will provide a guide for each local authority, each public administration, to enable them to design their own activities and to implement them and then to assess them in schools. Ultimately, it's a tool that aims to ensure that teaching in this area is consistent across Europe, and it's a proposal to implement and establish the necessary resources to help us evaluate the quality of road safety education and mobility in different administrations. This is why today's event is just the first of its kind on an international scale to be held in Navarre. It's the first, but it won't be the last, because it was organized with the aim of creating synergies and unifying how we work so that we can all be pulling in the same direction. It'll drive us forward to build the future. So we must continue to make progress in this sense, and we remain committed to reducing the number of accidents as much as possible, convinced that emphasizing the importance of road safety education and working from the ground up is vital to achieving that Vision Zero. So thank you all very much. Thank you, all of you, to here, both participants and speakers. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on the work that you have carried out, and we hope that it will be a fruitful event for you. Thank you all very much. Eskerrik asko, as we say here in Navarre. Thank you so much, Mr. the Director General of the Ministry of the Interior here in Navarre. We do hope that you will find this event fruitful. Now we're going to be welcoming Susana de la Antonia, who is the head of the International Road Safety and Prevention Department at the Mafre Foundation. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be able to welcome you here to the Baluarte Conference Center here in Pamplona so that we can hold this European Traffic Education Seminar. I'd like to start by thanking the government of Navarre for hosting this seminar. I would like to say a special word of thanks to Salvador Diaz, also Amparo López, who is the regional minister for the Ministry of the Interior, who unfortunately cannot be here today. But thank you all for welcoming us here so that we can move forward in the field of road safety education. And I am here representing MAPFRE, and I would like to thank the entire team for their commitment, for their professionalism. Antonio Arenoso, thank you as well. He is the Executive Director of the European Transport Foundation, and Frank Munch, who is also the coordinator of this project. Their work, their dedication has been absolutely fundamental to bringing together so many people, and it's thanks to them that we're here today. I would also like to thank my team at the MAPFRE Foundation, who have been organizing this event, especially Jorge Ortega, and all our colleagues from MAPFRE who are here with us today. Thank you to the speakers as well, and delegates, the members of the public who, because of their interest, all form part of this learning process. The holding of this seminar represents an exceptional opportunity for us to think about the challenges and the progress that we've made in the field of road safety. In the European context, we are increasingly aware of the need to promote inclusive and sustainable mobility, safe mobility as well. We have the presence of recognized experts from all over Europe, which means that I'm sure that the level of the debate will be extremely high, and we will come up with very useful best practices and useful information to help us to make progress in our own programs. We'll be hearing a number of different presentations about how to develop educational programs and how to assess them, and how to integrate road safety into school curriculums as well. For the MAPFRE Foundation, we are convinced that this space, this seminar, will be absolutely fundamental to ensuring that all the tools and knowledge that we share today will be used to enrich our knowledge and to foster a more solid network of collaboration between institutions, private individuals, and organizations. Hopefully, what will come out of this day will be new alliances, and we will be one step closer to a society in which road safety is a fundamental shared value. Without further ado, I would like to invite you to participate actively, to ask questions, to make this a dynamic event. I hope you enjoy today's seminar, and I hope that this shared knowledge will have a true and positive impact on all of society. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. El objetivo es...
Thank you very much. Yes, that is, of course, the aim of today. Now, throughout the course of today, we're going to be speaking both Spanish and English, depending on the language that our speakers will be speaking in. And now we're going to be passing the floor to Antonio Arenoso.
Council. We now hand over to you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends, and welcome also on behalf of the European Transport Safety Council to this conference on education and on the LEARN project. We are a Brussels-based, non-governmental organization based in Brussels, as I said, with the aim of working towards reducing road traffic deaths on European roads. I'll just say that, as you probably already know, 20,000 people die every year on European roads, and we have to do everything that is possible to work towards the European targets of halving these by 2030, with the aim of achieving the Vision Zero as soon as possible. When it comes to working on improving road safety, of course, there are different areas, all of them part of the safe system approach. It's important to work on the vehicle, it's important to work on infrastructure, it's important to work on behavior, on education, on post-impact care. But we should not neglect where it all starts. We should not neglect the importance of education. And this is why we have been running this LEARN project for a number of years now, because we believe that education is is an extremely important part of the road safety equation, and we need to improve it as much as possible and disseminate best practices around Europe. I would like to thank the Gobierno de Navarra for the opportunity to host this meeting here in Pamplona, Tráfico Navarra, of course, for the great cooperation, and the experts that are coming from different corners of Europe to give us their expertise, and last but not least, the Fundación MAPFRE, one of the most committed of the 61 ETSC members with whom we're working in all areas, and which has been supporting for many years, since the very beginning, actually, the Learn project. I also look forward to the deliberation, so what remains for me is just to wish you a very good day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have to do everything is possible. That's a good message. Thank you. It's now time to learn about the main lines of the Learn program aimed at improving road safety and mobility education across Europe. For that, we have with us Frank Mutze, Policy and Project Manager at the European Transport Safety Council, where he manages the project, the Learn project. Thank you.
Hi, good morning everyone in the room and online. Very happy that you're joining us today, and thank you in specific to the Government of Navarra for hosting this year's Learn European Traffic Education Seminar. I'll be giving a short introduction into the Learn project in this first presentation, and as was mentioned, the Learn project aims to improve the quality and provision of traffic safety and mobility education. And we do that through the publication of reports that contain recommendations, guidelines, and best practice examples that I'll be touching upon in this presentation. And then the second aim of the Learn project is to enhance the European community of road safety education professionals. And we do that through the organization of seminars such as the one we are doing today. And a special thank you again as well to Fundación MAPFRE for your continued support to the Learn project. I'll be touching upon some of the key recommendations throughout the report that we have published so far. These will just be the key lines. We have presentations on the Learn website, recordings that will go into much more details into explaining these reports, and also the reports are freely available on our website, www.trafficsafetyeducation.eu. But before I go into the publications, I first like to thank the Learn Expert Panel. The Learn Expert Panel gathers some of Europe's leading road safety education professionals in the panel, and they're invaluable for us to provide their inputs, their feedback, their experience and expertise that all resulted in the publications that I'll be presenting in a second. And I'm very delighted that we have Werner from VSV, Alain from Portugal, Lise from Denmark, as well as Susanna from Fundación MAPFRE, who will be presenting today during this seminar. Okay. Not really readable, but this is our definition for traffic safety and mobility education. The definition for us, we defined as the the expert panel, is that traffic safety and mobility education covers all measures that aim at positively influencing traffic behavior patterns. And then the focus specifically that measures that cover the knowledge, teaching kids about the traffic rules, as well as skills through practice and training. But also to look beyond that into strengthening and or changing motivations and attitudes towards their own road safety, their safety of others, as well as contributing towards a traffic safety culture. And then finally also to provide them with the tools to make informed choices about which mode of transport to use. For example, walking and cycling when it's safe, focusing also on the use of public transport. We focus in particular on the children and youngsters up to the age of 18 years old, because this is where the vast majority of the educational projects focus on. But the recommendations and guidance that I'll be presenting also can be applied to other age groups or outside of schools, for example, in daycare centers or sports clubs, if of course you adapt the recommendations accordingly to the needs of those target groups. Before talking about the recommendations, I want to have 2 points to underline why we need to talk about improving traffic safety and mobility education and the provision of it. And the first one is that over 11,000 children and youngsters have been killed on our European roads during the past decade, and many more sustained life-changing injuries. We have 2 points to dive deeper, but the full report sets out many more details. The first one is that the road safety of the children and youngsters is not equal across Europe. For example, the road mortality of children in Bulgaria is 7 times higher than that of children growing up in Norway. And another point to acknowledge is that the road mortality of children and youngsters steeply increases after the age of 14 when they start to travel independently and gain access to motorized vehicles, power two-wheelers in particular, to the extent that of all kids under the age of 18 that die on European roads, 50% is of the age 15, 16 or 17 years old. And this highlights that much more needs to be done to improve the safety of children and youngsters, and education is one of the pillars of the Safe System approach and thus a tool to improve road safety for this age group. Another point that I'd like to mention before going into the recommendations is then the status of traffic safety and mobility education provided all in the countries all across Europe. Before setting out the status, I just want to highlight that nearly all European countries have signed the UNICE's 1968 Vienna Convention on Road Traffic, and by doing so they have committed themselves to take the necessary measures to ensure that road safety education is provided on a continuous and systematic basis, particularly in schools at all levels. So in our Learn Status report we looked into where and at what levels of education traffic safety and mobility education is provided. And on the surface, the picture is very positive. In all primary schools across Europe, traffic safety and mobility education is given. If we look in kindergartens, then it's provided in roughly 70% of the state, and at secondary level, the high schools, it's given at 81% of the state. However, when you look a little bit deeper, you can see that there are significant differences in the hours of education that the kids receive, as well as the type of lessons that they receive. Of course, this is different between the countries, also due to the difference in educational structures, but also very significant differences between the levels of education. At primary level, the education is structured with children receiving a certain amount of hours, as well as lessons that are both theoretical as well as practical. And if you then look at secondary education, you can see that road safety education is a workshop here, a thematic week there, or a sporadic lesson. And moreover, it's mainly theoretical with less attention being paid to the practical aspects. So our conclusion is that the report shows that in practice, the commitment that the European states made is not always fulfilled, and that there is a lot of room for improvement, especially in secondary education, which is especially important because of the road safety figures that I mentioned just before. and then how to improve the quality and provision of traffic safety and mobility education. The first report that I'd like to highlight in this context is the Learn Key Principles report, which sets out 17 key recommendations to improve the quality and provision of the education, which is accompanied by best practice examples that show how these recommendations can be implemented and have been implemented in the various countries across Europe. The recommendations address the challenges that the experts of the Learn Expert Panel faced all across Europe. And the recommendations are aimed at the national and local decision makers and authorities, but they can also already be implemented for most part by head teachers, traffic teachers themselves already right in the school. In the interest of time, I'll not go through each recommendation, but I want to highlight the groups that they have been categorized in. The first one is ensuring the right to receive traffic safety and mobility education, which includes recommendation to include such education in the curriculum, to have goals set at national level, regional level, down to the school level, as well as the activity level, as well as making sure enough resources, both human and financial, are available for the implementation of the education. The second group revolves around engaging and supporting schools, for authorities to support the school management in motivating them and supporting them in providing the lessons, as well as for schools to have a traffic safety policy that not only looks at sets out which lessons the kids in different grades should receive, but also looks at the safety in and around the school. Another recommendation is the traffic contact teacher. That is the central contact point both within the school for the other teachers, but also for outside of the school for example, the authorities, the police, and road safety organizations. Looking then at the next category, and I'll skip over high quality education, it's about facilitating framework conditions for such education to be implemented successfully. It already looks at teachers when they're still training to be a teacher, for them to already learn road safety education, so that once they step into the classroom as a teacher for the very first time, they feel confident and competent to give the lessons. And another recommendation included here is to follow up to make sure that road safety education is implemented, and we'll have a presentation on that in much more detail by Lise after the coffee break. And then finally, involve all relevant stakeholders. It's not just about the schools that need to implement it, also parents, the kids themselves, the police, authorities, all relevant stakeholders should be involved. Then the group that I switched over is the one on ensuring high quality education. And this includes making sure that the education is not just about skills and knowledge, but also looks at attitudes and motivation, as well as training and practice. Important to keep traffic safety and mobility education up to date, not just with regards to the pedagogical aspects, but also with regards to the mobility trends. To use quality standards and to undertake testing as well as evaluations to ensure the material is performing as expected, as well as to assess the pupils or let them assess themselves to make sure they are gaining the desired knowledge, skills, and attitudes. The reason these key principles are so important is because projects that are poorly designed can in fact have an adverse effect. Despite the best interests and intentions, there have been projects that have unintentionally increased the risk behavior rather than decreased it, and therefore it's important that due to the limited money and time that the schools have, that material is used that has been well evaluated and measured instead. And this links nicely to the Learn manual, which is a publication that sets out recommendations, guidelines, tips, as well as examples for developing, testing, and evaluating traffic safety and mobility education activities. And it does so through 8 steps, which I'll touch upon in a second. But the manual includes the guidelines, which is a checkbook, checklists of all the steps as well as the sub-steps, representing the things that developers should take into account and pay attention to when developing, implementing, and evaluating the activities with the aim that if these boxes are checked, they're on the right track to developing high-quality educational material. These steps are then set out in much greater detail with more information, extra information, as well as tips and tricks in the handbook part. And the last part of the manual then sets out 27 examples that illustrate how the specific steps or multiple steps have been implemented across Europe in educational activities. So in 1 minute, the steps from the Learn Manual, it starts with analyzing the target group as well as the problem that the activity intends to address, based upon which the objectives are defined. And then with the use of theories of change, you can then design your activity. It's very important to pre-test the activity in step 5 before producing the material in step 6 and implementing it in step 7. And then finally, evaluating the material to ensure that the activity is achieving the desired results. It may look like a linear approach, but it's actually an iterative process, meaning that you need to go back and forth between the different steps, which is also set out in the manual in the relevant steps. So for example, the results of the pre-test shows you that you may need to go back to defining new objectives or selecting another theory of change. And conversely, evaluation is not something that needs to be thought of only in step 8, but that already needs to be considered during the definition of the objectives, as well as an integral part of the activities design. Very quickly, also want to highlight Learn/3 on linking education on sustainable mobility with traffic safety. In one part of the report, we look at education that teaches children safe walking and cycling, as well as encourages them to do so when it's safe. And then in the third part of the report, we look into how to improve the safety of walking and cycling in and around the school in a bit to encourage the children to go to school by foot or by bike, as well as how schools can encourage this. And then the fourth part sets out general recommendations on improving the safety of walking and cycling, not specifically related to the school, but as a precondition for the other steps. All the Learn material is freely available on the Learn website, and thanks to Fundación Mafre, several of the publications are also available in Spanish, including the Learn manual as well as the third Learn Flash. And on the website you can also find more resources such as the recordings of previous seminars, the database of best practice examples that are covered in all the Learn reports, as well as other publications by the Learn project. And then I'd like to make two quick announcements. The first one is that we have a new Learn Flash coming out rather soon. It will be titled From the Classroom to the Crossing, and it will focus on the state of education on teaching children safe walking and cycling in Europe. So similar to the first status report that I mentioned, it will look at how is, on the one hand, pedestrian education given to kids across Europe, and on the other hand, cycling education. We'll look at the national framework. Are educational goals set for either of the two types of education? Is such education mandatory? Does it need to have a certain amount of hours per year? But beyond this national framework, we also look extensively into how this education is provided in practice. Are the kids generally receiving theoretical and practical lessons? What is the content of such lessons? How often do they receive such lessons? Are there exams or tests, for example, the bicycle exam? And how many children receive the lessons nationwide? And this is just a handful of the questions that we'll be looking into in the report. And then finally, we've noticed an increasing global interest in the Learn project. Also this year, again, we have people registered to attend with us virtually from all parts of the world. So if you're joining us from Australia or Asia, a good evening. Thank you very much for making time on your evening to join us here, as well as from the Americas, a very early morning to you. In addition to the attendees, we've also received again proposals this year from other parts of the world. We received 2 from Australia, 1 for a project in Vietnam, and 2 from Brazil, for example. And we've considered them, and you may realize they're not on the agenda. And the reason for that is that we've hopefully found a better way to bring those presentations to you. And that is with the first Global Traffic Education Seminar that we'll be holding as an online event on the 23rd of January, which is 1 day before the International Day of Education. This is a save-the-date announcement. We'll send out the invitations to register early next month. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a successful seminar.
Thank you very much. I'm sure a high quality and practical education, that's the goal. Vamos a continuar, ya hemos tenido esta primera presentación del proyecto Learn y vamos a proseguir descubriendo otros aspectos con un panel de personas expertas que tenemos a continuación. Eso sí, a lo largo de toda la jornada, en las diferentes sesiones, vamos a tener la oportunidad de plasmar preguntas. Así que los que estáis en sala, que sepáis que habrá en los últimos 5 minutos de cada intervención un micrófono para que podáis intervenir. Estamos en un número...
Please be aware that there will be, after every presentation, you will have a time to ask some questions. There will be a free microphone to roam around the room. And for those who are online, they will also have the chance to speak and ask questions. This is the first real presentation, and it will be online, and we will change into English.
A girl that she has to look both ways of the road when she's crossing the street, assist this to teach a 10-year-old kid about road safety. In our first talk, we will discover how it is to set goals and design adequate activities for each level. With that purpose, we have the pleasure to listen to Werner de Doveler, press officer at the Flemish Foundation for Traffic Knowledge in Flanders. So let's go to Belgium with Werner de Doveler. The floor is yours. Is ready? Yeah? Thank you.
So good morning to you all. I hope you can see my presentation on the screen. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to you all from Mechelen in Belgium. I will be talking about what we do in Flanders on defining the objectives and or how we design the activities for different educational levels here in Flanders. But first of all, let me tell you a few words on our organization, VSV, the Flemish Foundation for Traffic Knowledge, what we do and how we do it. We were founded by the Flemish Parliament back in 1990, and our goal is to work together to reach Vision Zero, so as soon as possible, 0 traffic fatalities and seriously injured. And our framework to do so is the Flemish Road Safety Strategy, together with the Road Safety Strategy of the European Commission, and of course also the general framework for road safety of the World Health Organization. Our approach is based on the Safe System approach from the United Nations and the European Commission, and we especially focus on the third pillar in this Safe System approach, namely safer road users. So our focus is really on the road user, on road safety education and awareness raising. And that's what we do in a very large scale, educational activities for teachers, for pupils, but also for employers, for local councils and local police, for example, but also for driving teachers, local associations, and etc., etc. And next to that, we also have awareness raising campaigns, both to the general public and specific audiences. Now, we couldn't do all of these activities on our own, of course, so we work together with a large group of of organizations and institutes in Flanders, such as the Flemish Mobility Department, the Flemish provinces, police, Flemish communities and cities and towns. Also a number of universities, Ghent University, Leuven University, Hasselt University, and last but not least, of course, the European Transport Safety Council. Now, the first thing I want to do is to explain what we understand by learning objectives and learning trajectories and why those are important. Now, if I want to go hiking in the beautiful mountains of Navarra, and I want to get to the top of the Mesa de los Tres Reyes, which is the highest top in Navarra, I will need a few things to reach my destination. I will need, for sure, some sturdy walking boots. I will need some good hiking equipment. I will need maybe a compass or GPS. I will need water and some food. But most of all, I will need a good map to prepare for the journey, indicating which track to follow and what are the stops or the waypoints to bring me there. So the waypoints in between to bring me to my final destination, the Mesa de los Tres Reyes. Likewise, in traffic safety education, if we want to get to our final destination, let's say our final aim, which is, for example, children that are able to walk and cycle safely, we need a track, we need a pathway, we need a trajectory to get us there step by step. And we also need to specify our intermediate stops, our intermediate objectives, let's say. This can be, for example, when it comes to cycling, can be balance and steering skills on the cycle. When it comes to cycling and walking, it's, of course, it's about knowledge of rules and how to apply them. Also about skills that have to do with risk perception, but also very importantly, the safe attitudes in traffic. And last but not least, the sufficient motivation to do all these things and to get to the final destination, namely be a safe cyclist and be a safe walker. Now, this is what we call the learning trajectory, which is, of course, our step-by-step pathway to reach our final destination. And that is exactly what we offer schools and teachers in Flanders. We offer a step-by-step pathway to reach the destination of walking and cycling safely. Now, this learning trajectory, it's, as I said, it's a structured pathway that outlines the progression of the knowledge and the skills that pupils are expected to acquire over time. And these pathways are designed to ensure that the learning trajectory is coherent, is cumulative, so builds on previous steps, so builds also on previous knowledge and skills as pupils advance through their education, which comes down, in fact, to a graduated learning model. And learning lines help educators plan lessons, but also plan the assessments and exams that are aligned with the long-term educational goals, as you can see on the slide. Now, this is about the learning trajectories as a general concept. Now, what we do about it in Flanders, let me tell you something more about the educational goals in Flanders. These are defined by the Flemish government, Department of Education. And this government department defines the key competencies, which is the mandatory knowledge and skills per grade, so per 2-year period, what pupils need to know and be able to do when completing a grade. And then they also define the attainment levels, which are minimum objectives related to knowledge, to insight, to skills, and to attitudes that pupils need to have when completing a grade. Now, the Flemish educational policy says that schools must work towards reaching attainment levels. So schools must really work towards reaching those levels, but are free to determine the lesson content and the teaching methods they use. For example, the educational networks, public network, the private schools network, they help their schools by translating the attainment levels into more specific educational goals. That's general picture about the educational system in Flanders, at least for primary schools. Now, when it comes to traffic safety and mobility education in Flanders, the general attainment level that's been defined by the Flemish government is that at completion of primary school, pupils must be able to locate dangerous traffic situations in the wider school environment. They must have sufficient responsiveness, balance, sense of coordination, and know the traffic rules for cyclists and pedestrians to be able to move independently and safely along a familiar route. They must also show willingness to consider other road users in their behavior. So this is a rather general attainment level. These are the skills and the knowledge that pupils need to have when leaving primary school at the age of 12. Now, what I will elaborate a bit more on what is it exactly that we as VSV do in Flanders concerning these learning trajectories. I will elaborate on the pathways that we've developed for schools and teachers to get their pupils to reaching the final destination, the general attainment level of walking and cycling safely. We've developed, in collaboration with teachers and university researchers of Leuven University, a detailed description of all the knowledge and the skills that children need to acquire in each grade. So really age by age, grade by grade. And that goes from kindergarten until the end of primary school, so more or less from age 3 to age 12. Now, this covers 5 themes: walking, cycling, traffic rules and signs, safe and sustainable behavior, and also the blind spots. There's a school plan per grade that includes the teaching materials linked to the educational competencies and goals, so the school curriculum. And schools that follow this plan meet all the official development goals and attainment levels for traffic safety and mobility education in Flanders. Now, below you can see the link where all of this material is available. Of course, it's in Dutch, but Google Translate, of course, can translate everything into English or Spanish or whatever language you want to have it. Now, an example of the knowledge and the skills that we've defined per grade, for example, for pedestrian training. On the top of the screen, you see the different grades. So starting from kindergarten year 0 and 1, kindergarten year 2 and 3, the 3rd grade of primary school, 2nd grade of primary school, and the 3rd grade of primary school. Now, for pedestrian training, for example, this comprises joining the group with a walking rope in kindergarten, stopping hand in hand with a companion to cross, knowing that they need to stop at the edge of the pavement, so stop at the curb, joining the group without a walking rope, etc., etc. For example, in the 2nd year of kindergarten, this is about walking hand in hand with a companion on the footpath along the side of the houses, but also crossing the pedestrian crossing with traffic lights hand in hand with a companion, and so on and so forth. So it's really tens and tens of knowledge and skills that are specifically defined for each grade in kindergarten and primary school. And then another example is about the knowledge and skills for cyclists by grade. For example, when we look at the 1st grade of primary school, it's learning to leave with a bicycle, so starting to ride a bicycle, walking with the bike in hand, learning how to brake, slowing down, stopping, slalom on a long distance between pikes, etc. Now, another example is about the knowledge and skills regarding traffic signs and traffic rules. Again, for the first degree of primary school, the yellow part, it's about responding appropriately to the colors of traffic lights for pedestrians. It's about recognizing verges and parking lanes as part of the public road that can be used for pedestrians and cyclists, about recognizing the bicycle suggestion lane and the bus stop as a part of the roadway, etc., etc. So very specific skills, very specific types of knowledge that we've defined for each of these age groups. Now, it's not only sufficient to define knowledge and skills, but it's also necessary to test what pupils are able to do and what they know, and also to hand out certificates by age group, by grade. So I will elaborate a bit more on these certificates for traffic safety and mobility education that we've developed. We have developed a number of theory and practice tests or exams to assess the specific knowledge and skills of pupils for each theme in the learning line. So for each of the predefined skills and knowledge items according to class, to grade. We've also practice tests or exams that lead to certificates according to the class and the grade, the bronze certificates, the silver certificates, and the golden certificates, which is of course the last certificate that they obtain. And we have those tests and exams serve as milestones in our learning trajectory. So these are really our intermediate steps to get us to the final destination in our graduated learning system. This whole system of certificates includes step-by-step plans for teachers, also exercises and teaching materials to prepare for the tests and exams, and all of these are available online at the link that I have shown you. Now, some examples for the knowledge and tests and skills tested. For example, in the big pedestrian exam, this is the final exam for pedestrians taken at age 8 or 9, so the second grade of primary school. The skills needed to succeed this exam is that the children need to be able to recognize dangerous situations and respond safely to it. They must be able to choose a safe part of the road to walk on if there is no footpath. They must be able to walk left on the roadway if there is no footpath, hard shoulder or bike path where they can walk. They also must be able to walk on the roadway along an obstacle that completely blocks the footpath, etc., etc. Now, these are the general skills, and each skill is then defined as a set of sub-skills that can be tested in the exam. I'll show you what this looks like. Now, these are the sub-skills needed for crossing the road safely. The pupil has to choose a place with good visibility, which means not in a bend, not between parked cars, not near entries or exits, not near obstacles. The pupil should also be able to stop at a curb, should look left and right, not once, but several times, should cross perpendicular to the road if the road is free. And all of these sub-skills are then evaluated by a teacher or a person that does the evaluation on the exam. So they can put either a cross or they can tick if the pupil is doing it right. So just to show you one example. Now, the tests and the certificates that we've developed for the different age groups, different classes in kindergarten and primary school. It starts with the balance bike test and certificate in class 1 of kindergarten. It goes on with the balance bike test and certificate for the second class of kindergarten. And then in the third class of kindergarten, there's a pedestrian test, a first pedestrian test leading to the bronze pedestrian certificate. And this goes on in primary schools, class 1, the cycling test and the certificate, the bronze certificate for cyclists. in primary class 2, the pedestrian tests and the silver certificate for pedestrians. In primary class 1, there are 3, there's the cycling test and the silver certificate, and so on and so forth. So primary class 4, we have the big pedestrian exam that I showed you an excerpt from, and the golden pedestrian certificate, followed by the big cycling exam and the golden cycling certificate in primary classes 5 and 6, just to give you an idea what this system looks like. Now, what is it that we do in Flanders as VSV to support teachers, to support schools, and what materials exactly do we offer them? We have a school plan of which you see an overview here, and which is defined according to the classes or the grades, starting from kindergarten up to the last year of primary school. This overview states the timing, so the trimesters of each year in kindergarten and primary school. States also which lessons are available, which certificates are available at that point if necessary. So it gives you really an overview of all the possible lessons and activities that you can work on with your pupils as a school teacher during the whole year. Now, some more details of this school plan can be found online. So everything is on our website. And let's take the example of the pre-primary education, so the kindergarten. In the first year of kindergarten, one lesson sheet is, for example, getting around with preschoolers. This is linked to specific educational goals. It's also we also have a balance bike license. So the balance bike lesson is also available for this first year of kindergarten in the first trimester, and then this goes on trimester 2 and 3 with other types of lessons and other types of lesson sheets. Now, if you go into still more detail, then if we click on the lesson sheet, then we get an overview of, for example, this lesson sheet getting around with preschoolers. This is really the information that the teachers and the schools need to know what type of lesson they can give and how to do this. They can download a detailed lesson sheet from the website, and this looks like this. So getting around with preschoolers, it defines a target audience, a target group, the lesson objectives, the materials that you need to give this lesson. And then this gives a very detailed description of how the lesson can be set up, what should be the structure and the content of the lesson, including exercises for the pupils. So, and we've done this for all of the lessons, so from the first year of kindergarten to the last year of primary school, all of the lessons throughout the entire school year, and all of the exams and tests that pupils can partake in. Now, these lesson sheets are linked with the competencies defined by the Flemish Government of Education. For example, getting around with preschoolers. It's about development goals in the field of people and society. The toddlers can recognize places in their environment where they can play safely and where they can't. The toddlers can realize that traffic involves risks, etc., etc. And then also the link with the educational goals that are defined by the educational networks, so by the school networks themselves, let's say the private schools, the public schools, etc. So these are really a translation of the official competencies into, let's say, the objectives of the school networks. So you clearly see that there's an entire system of more general goals and competencies that are defined at Flemish government level, and how we use this to effectively link this with our teaching materials, with the lessons, with the class that we offer, with the classes that we offer for each grade of primary school and kindergarten. Now, the same goes for the traffic tests and the certificates. We have an entire step-by-step plan for teachers. When they want to do a test, when they want to issue a certificate, let's say pedestrian certificate, or as in this case, the silver bicycle certificate. They have really a step-by-step guide that they can follow. They should set a date, of course, for the exam. They can register their class online on our website. They then can practice the skills needed to succeed the exam. They can announce the test and find an extra supervisor, etc., etc. So all of this is available on the website. All of this is available for free for teachers and schools who want to use it. We've also got linked to that the materials for the teachers. So again, the exercises, the final test, also the control sheet on which what the pupils can do or can't do will be noted. There's also a self-evaluation for pupils themselves to know how they found themselves, what were they able to do, what were they able not to do. And there's also a self-evaluation worksheet for the teachers. Now, we also, next to that, we also offer teaching guides. So on a number of topics, those are guides with inspiration and background for traffic lessons, including teaching guidelines and materials on, as I said, a number of subjects such as pedestrian training with traffic lights, going on the road with groups, sharing the road, knowing where to cycle, knowing where to walk, etc., etc. So a great number of subjects. And next to that, we also offer more general support for schools and teachers by measure-made coachings on various themes. We have a yearly Traffic at School conference, which offers schools and teachers inspiration for their traffic lessons. And of course, we have the Safe to School website with all of this inspiration and practical guidance for safer schools, school environments, and safer school routes. Now, as a conclusion, I would like to say that our learning line is a comprehensive, it's a graduated learning model supporting traffic safety and mobility education from kindergarten to the last year of primary school. It defines the knowledge and the skills needed per grade and per theme. It's also linked, as I said, to the official attainment levels, the competencies, and the educational goals. So the curriculum elements defined by the school networks. It includes school plans with teaching materials and detailed guidelines, the lesson sheets. It includes tests, exams, and certificates as milestones to assess the pupils' progress through this learning trajectory. And it offers schools an integrated solution. So it's really a one-stop shop for schools. It's a plug-and-play solution, facilitating high-quality traffic safety and mobility education in Flemish primary schools. So this was my presentation. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, as I understand that there's some time for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and your model. We have time for questions. Tenemos tiempo para preguntas, para intervenciones, también online, por eso llevo el móvil, no porque quiera. Así que también de esta manera me podéis...
So you can also send us questions if you're listening online. through the chat, or if you're here, you just have to raise your hand and we'll pass the microphone over.
Interesting to know more about your system. Is there any question? No? I suppose everything is clear. So thank you very much for everything.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And goodbye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It's been really interesting. And now we are going with the next conversation. After setting the course and building a step-by-step pathway, it's now time to look at why it's essential to evaluate the educational activities and how to do it in the best possible way so that every road safety experience improves with every step. We accomplished that with Alan Ariel, is President and CEO of the Portuguese Road Safety Organization. Now he's going to speak in English, not in Portuguese. Really? In English?
In English.
Okay.
Yes.
Obrigado.
But I can make some introduction in Spanish first. Buenos días a todos. Gracias.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all very much. Congratulations on organizing this event. Thank you very much for this very kind invitation. I'm delighted to be here in Pamplona with its San Fermin tradition. It's an absolutely fantastic city, so I'm delighted to be here. I've prepared my presentation in English, so I'm going to be speaking in English.
Today I'm... Okay, yeah, it's working. Today I'm going to share with you, I want to talk about evaluation education activities. The idea of this presentation is to take you on a journey from theory to practice. Actually, the presentation is divided in two parts. The first one is based on the Learn Manual content about evaluation that already mentioned by Frank. And the second part is the experience the FPRP have with the evaluation activities. Actually, I will present you two projects that we evaluate. So the first questions that we raise is why evaluate? If you have success or insuccess with your education activities, you need to know if they are effectiveness or not. If they are effective, you need to know why they work or they don't work. It doesn't make sense to keep going with activities that doesn't work or doesn't have the effect that you are expecting or that you planned before. So it's something important to know if the investment that you do in your educational activities have a cost effectiveness or a cost benefit. And the last but not the least, it's a way of improving activities, but also to share knowledge with others. And this important topic of sharing knowledge, it's important not just to improve our activities, but also improve the others' activities. This slide already showed by Frank. I want to just show you that the evaluation is the last step, the step number 8. But actually, it's something that is part of the project design from the start. We should start thinking evaluations from the start when you start designing your educational activity. It's directly linked with the goals that you define, the ultimate goals, but also the intermediate goals that you define for your activities. And when you start designing your activity, you should also think how to evaluate your activity. I will also add something that one principle that we have in the manual is to design, pre-test what you produce, implement and evaluate. And this also works for evaluation. When you design the evaluation in the step 5, when you pre-test your education activities, you can also, if you have that chance, to pre-test also the design of the evaluation with a specific target group that will focus the pre-test of educational activities. So the key principles that you should have in mind for evaluation, it's first of all, is some independence. And it's related with the evaluation should be done by someone that is not directly related with education activity development. Otherwise, you have some bias here. And I think it's very clear for everyone that we also are influenced with the process of development of our activities. So we're not the most independent person to do it. So it's better to have third parties also. You can be involved in the design, but you should not be involved in the evaluation process. Another one, it's the transparency. You should have clear criteria and consistent indicators. You should be clear what indicators we will use, and it should be clear what the results that we will try to find. Another thing is comparability. You should guarantee that you have results that can be comparable. So this means that you should use the same methodology when you evaluate, when you make the first evaluation or a pre-evaluation before education activity and the post-evaluation after the implementation of the activity. So the methodology should be the same in order to guarantee the comparability. And the last one is something that you should not be afraid of negative findings, because if you think about it, it doesn't make sense that if it's not successful, your activity, you should continue with that. So it's better not to waste some resources in doing something that it's not working than probably change or improve your activities and start increasing the likelihood of the effect of your activity. So this is also a learning tool, evaluation. The other one that, the other work principle that we use and we recommend in the Learn manual is to develop activities following the 5E model. It's a 5E model, it's a model that follows those steps over there. That first one is to engage the people on the activity, making them explore the contents and the knowledge, give them the opportunity to show what they learn, and go in depth also in the content, in the knowledge that they explore at the beginning, and after that evaluate the knowledge or the behaviors or attitudes that they have. So it's the process that we recommend to implement when you develop initiatives. So the key principles in mind that it's also evaluation is useful to know if these 5A models is working or not. And if not, it's also a tool for improvement. And if by chance you develop also a teacher's guide or something or any document that support the activity, you should also evaluate this document. Everything that you design, you should evaluate according with the target that you're trying to reach. We have different types of evaluation. The outcome evaluations is more linked with the effects and the success in changes in the behavior, attitudes, and knowledge. We have the process evaluation that is more related with the implementation of the activity and if you reach or not the targets that you try to address. And you have the economic evaluation that it's related to the cost benefits and cost effectiveness. The outcome evaluations indicators are intermediate indicators. It's very difficult to make a direct link with the educational activity to the reduction in crashes or in deaths or severe injuries. So, but we know that our intermediate indicators that if you influence, we will have this impact in the ultimate goal, that is the reduction of crashes with severe injuries or deaths. I'll give an example. If you increase the number of people using helmets or seatbelts, of course, we don't have an impact, the right impact in the reduction of crashes, but we know with these behaviors will increase or will decrease the likelihood of having these crashes or at least reduce the consequences of the crashes. The outcome evaluations, we have 3 types that have more success or linked with the crashes or not. If you focus the outcome evaluation in the awareness, this means that if the perception of people that are evaluating is just if it's good or not evaluation, if you reach or not the target, I think it's a weak link with the ultimate goal of reduction of accidents or deaths or severe injuries. But if we focus on how knowledge, motivation, and attitudes, talking about attitudes, it's have an indirect link because we know that influence this ultimate goal. And if we focus the outcome evaluation on behavior, it's a direct link to crashes. Of course, increasing promote safe behaviors will have, of course, results in terms of safety. So we have different kind of methods that you can use to make evaluations. It depends what we are doing, what kind of activity, and what resources that we have, but what expertise that you have on this also. We can do it alone if you have in-house expertise, or you can make some partnerships or hire someone to do it. But you can use questionnaires, observations, interviews or focus groups, or if you want results on the long-term effects, you can follow up surveys that you can have at least the results that go long-time impact or long-term impact. The process evaluation, as I said before, is focused on implementation, not on effects. It's if you did the implementation, or if you developed your activity as you plan it. If you are implementing the activity outside of the planning, probably you will not have the results that you planned, that you defined before. So it's very important that you stick to the plan to make a proper evaluation. This doesn't mean that you make improvements after the evaluation if you realize that the results of the evaluation give you some important information for make some improvements and changes in the education activities. So the process evaluation evaluates cooperation, exposure, and delivery quality. This means, for instance, if you are planning to work with parents and you not achieve parents in the activity, of course, this can give you that was not you planned to work with parents, but parents didn't participate, is something that changed the plan, and you have to measure what impact that change had in your activity. And also the process evaluation can give you some information about the 5-year model that I talked before, if it's working well or not, if it needs some improvements to engage people and follow all the process of this model. So the combining process and outcome evaluations, it gives you the full picture of the impact and effectiveness. For one side, the process evaluations explains why results occurred, and the outcome evaluation shows what changed on behavior, on attitudes, or intentions, or on knowledge. So this is the recommendations that we give, and if you are able to associate to these combining process and outcome evaluation, the economic evaluation, this will be the cherry on the cake. It will be a perfect evaluation that you combine all the 3 types of evaluations. We have different kind of methodologies to develop evaluations. One's more reliable than others. The meta-studies is the most reliable, but it's very complex, very expensive, very time-consuming, and I think you will not do it probably in your educational activities. It's more related with research. It takes into account the previous research, and you gather a lot of not just collecting method, but all the researches that were focused on the activities that we are developing. But randomized controlled trials and control groups that non-randomized, these both include experimental groups and control groups. This means that you have one group that takes part of the educational activity, and you have another group that doesn't take part. And you can compare with a pre-measurement and a post-measurement what is the real impact of the activity. The difference between the two is that the first one, the randomized controlled trials, is gather some control groups that are random selected, and the other one is just groups that you defined. And another hierarchy of evidence, another methodology, is the pre and post measurements. You can make a pre-measurement before the educational activity implementation, and make a post-measurement after the implementation and compare results. And the last one is the post-activity evaluation. This one is the least reliable because you just have the results after the implementation. This means that you cannot compare what the results, what were the baseline, and you compare the baseline with the post-measurement. Ideal requirements for outcome evaluations. We needed a sample size that could be representative of the target population that you are studying. So this means that statistical power. This means that you have scientific evidence that it works and it's not working by chance. It's something that's not your opinion. You have a scientific basis to say that it's working or it's not working. The use of control groups for comparisons, as I talked before, and use a baseline and post-activity measurements before and after the implementation of the activities, and combine quantitative and qualitative methods. Quality assurance is something that we also recommend to guarantee the quality of your activity. It's a process that help you and allow you to improve your activities. First, it's a process that goes from evaluation, from the results of evaluation, you introduce and you have enough information to improve activities, and after that, re-evaluate. It's a continuous process of improvement. And this means that you have to take into account that there is a lot of changes in context, in knowledge, a lot of updates that you should take into account to update your activities and your projects. And the last concept related with the quality assurance is that if the target that you are trying to address is not identified with the activity, this means that they don't feel that is relevant or useful for them, so they will not use it. If it's not attractive, they will not use it. So it is something that you should take into account when you're developing activities and implementing activities. Reporting is something that we recommend on the manual because it's something that you need to document your experience, not just for you, but for the others. It's something that all the information that is related with the activity, these mean objectives, designs, and outcomes, should be reported. Give also the explanation about why it works, what was the strengths and the weakness of the activity, what were the objects, and consolidate all the results and lessons learned. Share findings with the stakeholders is also recommendations. This means that you have evidence and give some information for those ones that are supporting and funding, for instance, the activity. It's real evidence and make some reasons to continue or give up of the educational activity, taking into account the final results. So this means also improvement and avoid mistakes is something that not just for you but for the others is something that it's a learning process, and if you have information, enough information to look before the implementation of your own activity from others, it's something that is very benefit for the success of the future implementations. So you have a checklist, as Frank already mentioned, in each step, and when we talk about evaluation, you should guarantee that you have an evaluation plan. You should adjust your activity based on results of the evaluation. We ensure the quality assurance and write the final report with the lessons learned. So this is the theory parts, I would say, and now we go for the evaluation activities that we develop. We'll talk about two projects. One is See and Be Seen project. I'll just give you a short introduction just to have a framework of the project. This project was designed based, of course, on the problem that we had in Portugal concerning the runovers and during, at least in the poor visibility periods, and based also in 3 data from statistics database, observed behaviors and self-declared behaviors, but I'm not going in detail, just give an overview because I will focus on the evaluation. Specific goal was to reduce accidents involving pedestrians during the night and twilight periods, and the specific goal was to increase the retro-reflective material usage rate in pedestrians while walking during the periods of poor visibility. Targets, we have a primary target of children and elderly that are more vulnerable than others, and secondary targets that are the ones that can influence the behaviors of this primary target. We have different kind of activities in this project. We developed a website with a lot of information and materials for teachers. We made a roadshow at national level with some demonstrations of visibility distance with the material and without retroreflective material in dark chambers that we use. We developed some posters and leaflets and campaigns outdoors, not just in outdoors, but also in schools. We disseminate a lot of materials and made a lot of activities in this project. But let's talk about evaluation. The evaluation in this specific project, we made 2 measurements, one before and one after the implementation of the project, and we made a comparison of the results. We had 2 different targets, so we decided to make 2 different questionnaires. One more, I would say, simplified questionnaires that are related to the youngest ones. Children up to 14 years old, it's just yes or no questions. And another one for children 5 years old and older. We made a more elaborated questionnaire with 59 questions and with Likert scales of 7 points that it gives you much more information and much reliable information. You made it online. We use a questionnaire for making it online. So that's the 2 instruments that we use to collect information. 2 questionnaires, one for the youngest ones and the other for the other ones. How we build this questionnaire? We use behavior theory of the planet, the theory of planet behavior. For this one, we will talk about another one that we use for the older ones, but this one is the theory of planet behavior. This means that this predicts the behavior based on attitudes, subjective norms, and perceived behavior control. We know these attitudes, subjective norms, and perceived behavior comfort are influenced by these constructs and variables that we have on the left side. And we know that if you influence that, you have influence also in the behavioral intentions, and by the end, you have impacts on behavior. Or a simple think about this as a chain of influence. Attitude, subject, and perceived behavior influence intention, intention influence the behavior. And I give you a specific example. When a person believes that using reflective gear is beneficial, his own attitude, feels social supported, for instance, for parents, for friends, for colleagues, and think it's easy and within their control, the perceived control, if it's easy for them to reach this kind of material, to buy this kind of material, they are more likely to form a strong intention to use it. And if he has a strong intention to use it, makes it more likely they will actually perform the behavior. We know that perceived behavior control also directly influences behavior because, for example, if someone intends to use the reflective material, it's not, and if it's too expensive or if it's not allowed to reach this kind of material, of course, influence the behavior, directly the behavior. But just to give you an idea how it works, and this is the results that we have. This is the comparison, the pre and the post measurements that we did. You see the green bars, that is before the campaign, and the blue ones that are after the campaign. You can see there are a positive progression and evaluation of the most part of variables that we use in this evaluation. Some are statistical significant, other ones not, but the ones that are analyzed by the dot are the ones that are significant statistic, have a significant statistic. So this was in our, by the evidence, a very successful project with this target. For the youngest ones. For the older ones, we also make the same, and you have just the variables of the theory of planned behavior there. You can see also that the intention and attitudes and subjective norms were statistically significant. That means that have a direct impact on intention. So we also realize that probably have good results in terms of behavior. But perception of behavior control and previous behavior was not significant statistical. So, there is no direct influence on the intention and consequently on the behavior. Another behavior model that we used was the trans-theoretical model of change. This gives you the steps that usually a person goes through until change the behavior, and we use it just for the older ones. This means that the pre-contemplation, it's when the people is not ready to perform and is not aware, and doesn't care, they have no idea what we are talking about. So it's something that is not a concern. When the contemplations, it's when someone is start thinking about in changing the behavior. The preparation, when you start using, in this case, retroreflective material. Action, action is when you use on a regular basis. Maintenance is when you make part of your routine using it. And the last one, determination, is when occasionally you don't use it, but most part of the time you use it. And all different steps, if you know where is the target, in which step is the target, you can define strategy to push them to the next step. So what the results that we have with the older target group was that they decreased the pre-contemplation phase. That was good, less person thinking about, and contemplations thinking about using, but also good results on the preparation. Start using the retroreflective material and make a daily based routine using it in the action phase, and a little bit decrease in the maintenance. With this information, we can decide what kind of strategy you can use to increase or decrease this kind of impact in your target group, in this specific case, in the retroreflective usage. A second project was based in the case study that we did in PATH's project. It's a research. The idea was to evaluate the impact that the research project-based learning approach on secondary schools, the impact that have in the knowledge, risk perception, attitudes and behaviors in relation to road safety. Just give you an overview of the project. What we did was to design an educational scenario that have several sessions, and I give an example, for instance, risk factors, crash risk factors. We have a session about speed, a session about alcohol, not using seat belts, distraction, fatigue, so on. We have first sessions in schools directly related with the curriculum, not to overload the teachers with extra work. And after that, students were invited to build a research project. This means build a questionnaire or observations, to plan to do observations. For instance, how many people arrive at school with a seatbelt, or how many students cross on the zebra crossing. These kind of studies, they will design the studies on following a science methodology, apply the questionnaire or make the observations, analyze results, and make reports. And after that, they present all this information to the school community, involving municipalities, police, and other actors, just to share the data they collected, the problems that you identified, in order to find solutions and strategy to mitigate the problems that they found. So it's more or less the framework of the project. And what we did was also another methodology. It's to have two different control groups. One experimental one, that the one that participate in this process, the session and research project, and the other one that did not participate. Similar in the same school and in the same grade. So the questionnaire was answered before and after the scenario, and was based on assessing knowledge, risk perception, intentions, and behavior. Everything is self-declared because it was collected through a questionnaire. So we have the knowledge with 14 questions, the risk perception with 7 item scales that assess the risk perception as car passenger, pedestrian, and cyclists. We measure intentions also with using 5 item scales that assess the intentions also as different road users, and the self-declared behavior in the past 30 days. We developed this questionnaire based on the HASRA attitudes survey that also we are part of the project. So the results that you can see here is that in the blue color you have the control group, in the orange color you have the paths group, the one that participate in the experience, in the activity, and you see that in most part of them increase the knowledge, the risk perception, and the intentions, and decrease the risk behavior. So this means that it also very successful, this approach, and we have evidence that this is a good approach. It's a scientific approach, it was measured, and I think we are also happy with this methodology of control groups. And this is, I will skip these recommendations that we made based on the evaluation, but just the final thoughts. It gives you the final thoughts about this presentation. This is something that is not an isolated step. It's part of the activity design. You should start in the beginning thinking evaluation. It's not just about the results, but it's also something that's a process that you can learn with that. It's also help you to improve your activities and increase the likelihood of a positive impact in terms of road safety. So final words is not a bureaucracy process, it's learning, justifying, and evolving. And from my side, it's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We may have a question. ¿Tenemos alguna pregunta?
Any questions?
Please, the microphone and take my phone.
Hola, buenos días. Soy...
Yes, hello. Very good morning. This is Nuria from Madrid. I'd like to ask a question to you. You've performed some spectacular work. I meant to ask you, once you've done the evaluation for any given project, do you continue to reevaluate it because the variables might change? Do they ask you to do that? Do you do it because you want it yourselves? No, these are isolated projects. We do not repeat those things. We do not repeat the evaluations, the assessments. If we do new implementations, that's different. What we do for the assessment is we involve the teachers for a scientific evaluation, but also we do interviews to the teachers. We collect all of the information to introduce improvements, to incorporate improvements for the approach and methodology that we follow. So once you've done it, you ask them if you can assess again, if you can evaluate again? Yes, it's a continuous evaluation. Yeah, it's a continuous process, yes. Anybody else would like to share or ask? Might be quite obvious, but I do have a question. What must you do when you find out that your program's not working? Point number one, that's an opportunity. That's an opportunity so that you can develop a new project. And then you can take the decision whether you continue, or you change the methodology, resources, your approach, so on and so forth, or whether you just cancel it. That's just a decision that you have to make, they have to take. You need to know whether it's better to go on with it or just cancel it. If you are misusing your resources, you're not attaining your goals, yeah, those are tough decisions, but might be necessary in order to make progress. In your opinion, based on all of those evaluation studies that you realize, what is the best tool? What is the most powerful tool in order to change behaviors? The most powerful.
I think there is no direct answer for that, because changing behavior is quite challenge, and it's quite different when you talk about different targets. It's much easier, for instance, to change the behavior or promote a safe behavior in a children, for instance, than change a behavior in an adult that for a long time is doing that kind of
and we think that we know everything.
Everything. Yeah, and the resistance is also better. And these models just give you what kind of variables influence the other variables that goes for intention and behavior in that specific target. So you can have different results in different targets. That's because it's important to have this scientific information, because you really know what are the variables that influence that specific target. And you can go for one side or you can go from the other side. It depends of the results of the evaluation.
And
it's not a direct question, not the direct answers.
And it's the power of knowledge.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
And how adults are. I think we are probably the harder target.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Last question. Would you like to have a coffee?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
It would be good.
¿Cafeño?
Café.
¿Pingado? Venga, pues un cafeño para todos. Tenemos media hora. We have 30 minutes coffee break. Please be punctual. A 11:42, vamos a pensar que son 45. Nos vemos a 11 menos cuarto. Nos vemos a las 11:15 aquí. ¿Sí? Thank you.
A. Es para el tío para probarlo con el niño, o sea que lo mismo que a este le hemos metido a pelo, o sea que ya.
Well, ready? La vida se ve diferente después de un café, ¿verdad?
So life is different after a coffee break, right? So let's go back to our conversations. We will speak.
With education, sometimes it's hard to get a project started, to get the engines running. But the journey doesn't end there. It's essential to accompany the project, to observe it, and to make an adjustment along the way. In our next session, we are analyzing how to support schools up so that road education can grow constantly. To do this, we take the Danish educational system as a reference. We'll get closer to it by Lisa Smith, or something like that, head of Development and Quality Assurance of the Danish Road of Safety Council. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. And a very big thank you to Navarra, the government here, and to the MAFRA Foundation, to ETSC, and
Let's try.
Is it okay now? Yeah. I'll repeat. Thank you very much to Navarra government and to MAFRA Foundation, to the ETSC, to VSV, and to all the other parties who have participated in this Learn project. And nice to see all of you here in the room, and also knowing that there are people online. I will just go on with my presentation. What I will speak about is, first I will give you a short introduction to what it looks like in Denmark. And you know, Denmark is this small country in the north in Scandinavia. We are nearly 6 million people, inhabitants. And I will speak to you about the Danish educational system and traffic safety education in Denmark. And please do note that in my presentation, each time I write TSAME, it means traffic safety education or traffic safety and mobility education, but I will just call it traffic safety education to make it a bit short, okay? And then I will speak about how we monitor if the pupils in Denmark are actually being taught in traffic safety education, because one thing is that traffic safety education is provided and available, but are the schools actually teaching all children in traffic safety education at all levels? That is the question we should ask ourselves. And I will just start by briefly saying what's the difference between evaluation and monitoring. Alain in his presentation said a bit about it, but I will also say a little. And then I will show you how we work with monitoring of traffic safety education in Denmark. Different ways and what we're doing now. So first, a little short introduction to Denmark. In Denmark, the Danish education system consists that it means that it is compulsory, so it's mandatory to teach all children should be taught at least 10 years. And it is from grade 0 to grade 9. So our children, they start in school in what is called grade 0, and they end in grade 9. And this, in terms of what you see in other countries, is a combination of primary school and lower secondary school. But in Denmark, it's one school. So they're in the same school. They are from grade 0 to grade 9. And this means that the pupils are between 5 and 6 years old when they start school. And when they finish this school, they are approximately 14 to 15 years old. And after that, they can go on to high school, university, etc. But it's compulsory that all children should attend grade 0 to 9 in the Danish school system. And we have 1,050 public schools and 550 private schools. And approximately there are 67,000 pupils per year, so from grade 0 to grade 9. So this means that in Denmark we have around 670,000 pupils in this kind of school that I'll be talking about today. And the public schools are free of charge, so the parents do not pay anything for the children to go there. But if your child attends a private school, you have to pay a little extra, but they still get the funding also from the state. Yeah? So in terms of traffic safety education, we have the Danish national learning goals, and that are made by the Ministry of Education. And it says that it is mandatory for all pupils in this grade 0 to 9 to get traffic safety education, and actually it has been mandatory since 1940. So it's really a long period of time that we have worked with traffic safety education in Denmark. But unfortunately, it is not written down that it should be X or Y lessons each year. It just says it's mandatory, but it does not describe how many hours of teaching. And as Frank also mentioned in his presentation, Denmark has also signed the UNESCO Convention like most of the European countries. And it's important to remember that the convention says that all countries should provide a systematic and continuous basic traffic safety education at all levels. So both for Denmark and for EU, we can see that all children aged 5 to 6 until they're 15 should be provided with traffic safety education. So this also goes for your countries. If you are in the European, you're one of the European countries, and if your country has signed this treaty. So please look it up, and please stick to it, and tell people in your country if they're not saying that you should provide traffic safety education in your country. In Denmark, we have had our National Road Safety Commission action plans for many, many years. I think it's more than 30 years. But in the last report or action plan, which is the one here for 2021 until 2030, we had traffic safety education included in this action plan. And it means that we have, in terms of the KPIs, that traffic safety education is included in KPI number 7, and also the action plan includes several recommendations, and also traffic safety education is included here. So my recommendation is also, if traffic safety education is not included in your national action plans, really try to get it there, because it means that every year we have to tell what's the progress of the KPIs and their recommendations. So try to get traffic safety education into your national action plans. So I'll just give you a brief overview of the stakeholders and the responsibilities of the different stakeholders that are related to traffic safety education in Denmark. Of course, we have the schools, and they're responsible for teaching the mandatory traffic safety education. And we have my organization. We are responsible for providing the education and for guiding the schools and municipalities, providing a lot of the things that you saw Bernard also mentioned in his presentation, in terms of courses for teachers, etc. And we are also responsible for the monitoring of traffic safety education that I will get back to. Other parties are, of course, the Ministry of Education. They provide law, educational goals, the curriculum, the guidance, and they have the supervisory authority. Then we have the municipalities. In Denmark, we have 98 municipalities, and they are responsible for guidance in terms of traffic safety education towards the public schools that they are responsible for. And we also have a close cooperation with the police, and in Denmark they are responsible for checking up on the school patrols. Is everything right going on as it should? And sometimes they also come to the schools to check, for instance, the pupils' bicycles as part of the bicycle test that we have. So, as Werner mentioned in his presentations, in terms of goals, it's the same that we have in Denmark, and I have just summed up what is the sum up for the pupils in the lowest grades. So after grade 3 in Denmark, the pupils should know how to walk safely in traffic, and after grade 6, they should know how to bicycle safely in traffic. And after grade 9, they should know they are the most vulnerable in traffic in terms of their age and what the risk factors are, and they should know how to avoid that they themselves are involved in traffic accidents, and also how to avoid other risk behavior that could be from other friends, etc., or other young people. Because in Denmark, like in most of the countries, also what Frank was showing in the beginning, children and young people, it is especially the young people who are involved in traffic accidents, unfortunately, in Denmark. So in Denmark, we have traffic education teaching materials for all grades. So it is, and for some grades we have several educational materials and exercises, etc. And they are all digitalized, they are free of charge, they are interdisciplinary if relevant, and they are following the guidelines of the national goals I just presented before, the ones with that they should be able to walk safely in traffic, cycle safely in traffic, etc. And they are also following the Learn key principles for traffic safety and mobility, the ones Frank mentioned. And they are also following the recommendation of the Learn manual that Frank also mentioned. And they are all tested and evaluated together with teachers and pupils. And they all include teachers' manuals, that is, teachers' guidance on how they should teach, do the teaching. So in terms of how we have worked with the monitoring of schools, as part of the 7 key principles, principle number 16 says it is important to follow up to ensure that traffic safety and mobility education is taught. And this is actually what monitoring is about. So I'll just say what is the difference between evaluation and monitoring in terms of traffic safety education. Evaluation, as Elaine also presented, is about assessing if traffic safety education is effective. So, for instance, is it equipping the pupils with the relevant knowledge, the relevant attitudes, skills and competences that they need to navigate in traffic and to avoid accidents? And another example could be, is that are the national learning goals fulfilled and implemented as they are supposed to? And it, of course, it also means that you get focus on, are there actions or improvements that needs to be changed, or is everything going as it should be? In terms of monitoring, it is used for tracking progress or decline or status quo in real time. So it is to assess and have data showing if all pupils are taught traffic safety education at all levels, as mentioned in the UNESCO Convention, and at all schools, and at best every year. So it's also to show, has there been a progress, let's say, for instance, from the year 2020 to this year, 2025? Can we see that more pupils are taught traffic safety education, or can we see there is a decline, or is it status quo? This is what monitoring can help us with. And of course, it's also to identify, are there special action that we need to do? For instance, if there is a decline, definitely action is needed. So what could be the relevant action to do? And also to look at other improvements that we could do. So I will just give you a brief introduction on how we have been working with monitoring of traffic safety education. And this is before 2021, because we changed our monitoring system. So this is what we did before. One of the ways that we monitored before, that we are not doing anymore, is that we had the digital login. I guess a lot of you have the same, that when the pupils or the teachers, they use the training materials, that you can see how many pupils or teachers have opened the materials or how many have downloaded it. Another way that we also tried to monitor the traffic safety education to see if the pupils were actually being taught is that we had school surveys done by external consultant agency, analysis agency, and this survey or questionnaires were answered by the headmasters and all the traffic safety teachers, the coordinators at the schools, the ones who are responsible for traffic safety education at the schools. And it showed, the questions were on what kind of different materials traffic safety educations were taught, and there were also other questions. And a third way we also did this was asking the municipalities that we worked together with. They were also sent a survey, a questionnaire, where they should answer if the schools in their municipalities had been teaching traffic safety education. But there are some problems with these different methods. So in terms of the first one, digital login, the problem is that it only showed if a teacher or a pupil or several teachers or several pupils had opened the traffic safety education materials, but we did not know if the pupils had actually been taught or the teachers had actually been teaching. And in terms of the school surveys that we made, the survey that we had done, even though we had done it for many years in 2009, 2015, and 2020, in the questionnaire that we had made, it did not specify which school year was being referred to. It just asked, did you teach this teaching material? And it did not specify and ask, was it all the pupils in this class or in the school that had been taught this material, or only some? And also in these surveys, it was not all schools that participated. It was between 50% of the schools to 78% of the schools. And it did not give us information on each school in each municipality. So we did not have information on each school in the whole country, but only the total number and some regional data. And as I said before, it was not conducted every year, so it was only conducted in 9, 15, and 20. But the good thing about this survey is that it gave us a good overview of teaching, and it showed us that it was primarily the youngest pupils in school that were being taught. And in terms of who gets involved in traffic accidents, it is the older pupils. So it is of course very good that the young pupils are taught in traffic safety education, but it's a big problem that not all schools are teaching the older pupils, and they are the ones most at risk. And in terms of another method, we used the municipality surveys. The problem here is that the data quality is too low. It was not the schools themselves who answered, it was the municipalities, so our contact persons in the municipalities. And we of course asked them to contact all the different schools that they had, but we are not sure, did they actually do this, or did they just, because they were busy, say, oh, they're doing it, and they're not doing it. And also it did not specify which schools were teaching and which were not. And it did not specify whether there was a difference between public and private schools, and if all pupils were taught or just some of them. So this showed us that we needed, one, a new strategy to get more schools to teach what I'm calling the right traffic safety education at all levels. And it also showed us, two, that we needed a new way to monitor if the schools were or are actually teaching traffic safety education. So, in terms of the first thing, our goal was to increase the number of schools teaching the right traffic safety education at all levels. And how we did this is, first, we looked at the national learning goals for traffic safety education, the three I mentioned in the start. After that, we looked at all our traffic safety education materials to assess and to prioritize which of these fulfill all the national learning goals above, include both theory and practice training in real traffic, as mentioned in the Learn principle number 9. So it's not only about practicing, let's say, in the school ground, but also getting out in real traffic, because that's where the pupils are going to be. They're not going just to stay in the school ground. They are going out in the real traffic. So we need to assess, do they have the competence and skills and knowledge to actually go on a bicycle in real traffic, for instance. And we also needed to see which of the different teaching materials we had been the ones that evaluate best in our evaluations. And we also had to look at what is realistic in terms of what the schools can actually teach. Because like we are busy, the schools are very busy. And we know that we can provide super teaching materials that may last several weeks to teach, but if the reality is that the schools do not have time for this, and it will mean that only a few schools are teaching, but most of them are not because they don't have the resources for it, then it's not good. So we have to decide which of our training materials is it that the school should minimum teach. So we have to prioritize which teaching materials is it that all schools should teach, so that we can say they fulfill the goals, the national learning goals, and also that we can say when they stop going to school, that they have the skills that they need. So what we ended up with was first a graduated minimum model, saying that all schools, and this is both public and private, should minimum teach all their pupils these three materials. In grade 1 or grade 0, they should teach the pedestrian test. It takes 6 lessons, and a lesson is approximately 45 minutes. In grade 6, they should have the cyclist test. It takes 10 to 12 lessons. And in grade 8 or 9, they should teach in risk factors and reflection, what I mentioned before. And the materials we have for this takes 2 to 6 lessons to teach. I'll get back to what the materials are a little later. Actually here. So in grade 1, the pedestrian test, you can see examples here. So it's both theory in class, and it's a practical test out in real traffic. And the cyclist test is the same, first theory in the classroom, and then a practical test where they go bicycling on a route near their school. So this route is 2.5 kilometers to 5 kilometers. It depends. Some schools maybe less, some schools, but approximately around 2.5 kilometers. And you can see the police is there as well when they have time for it, checking up on the bicycles. And then for the oldest pupils, we have, just like you have here, I know in Spain, we have what we called the ambassadors. It's called live ambassadors. So it is people who meet, and what we call ambassadors is a person who has been involved in a traffic accident themselves when they were young, like the people are, maybe not that young, but they were young people. And it's people who, I'm sorry to say, but they are to blame themselves for the traffic accident. So it's not just people who were unlucky. Of course they were unlucky, but it's also because they were either speeding, if it was in a car, being in attention with, for instance, a phone, drink driving, or similar. So, and this is important because the pupils should know that if they do these things themselves, they might end up in a traffic accident, and of course we want that not to happen. And we also have some materials that focus on the same. We have one called 360 degrees. It takes, the focus is on a moped accident, and it shows all the people who were involved in this accident that young people were involved in. And we just developed a new teaching material called We Were 5, and it's also based on a real accident where 5 young people were driving in a car, and unfortunately one lost his life. Yeah. So these are the teaching materials that all schools should teach in at a minimum. And saying a minimum, it means that if they have time, and we hope they have, it's very welcome that they teach, of course, in more materials than this. But these are the materials they should all teach. So, in terms of monitoring, we also developed a new way of monitoring. And it's called Kommunernes skoletrafiktest. And it is translated in English, it's called the municipalities' school traffic test. And it includes 2 quantitative surveys or questionnaires. And it is also an external agency who helps us with this. So all the 1,600 schools in Denmark, both private and public, are each year sent a survey, a questionnaire with only 7 questions. Only 7 questions. And it is very important that it's only 7 questions because it means that they have time to answer it. And it should not be too many. And all the municipalities, they get another survey with 8 questions. And this means that it provides us with knowledge on how many schools are teaching in the pedestrian test, the cycling test, and in risk factors reflection, as I mentioned before. And it also provides the KPIs for our national action plan regarding traffic safety education. So this is the questionnaire for the schools. So the first one is, does the school have a traffic safety teacher? It's the coordinator who coordinates the traffic safety. More than 80% of the schools have such a teacher. And then the next one is on the pedestrian test, the cyclist test, and for the oldest pupils on the risk factors. And then there are some few other questions. You can look at it later. So if we look at, we have done this what we call test or monitoring since 2021 or 2022. We can see that the results are now, we just got the newest results, is that 77% of the schools have taught all their pupils in the pedestrian test. And for public schools, the number is 80%. And this is an increase from 2022, when the number was 69. And if we look at the cycling test, the number is 63 and 68 for public schools, and it has increased from 2022 when it was 59. And if we look at the oldest pupils, now it's 56% of the schools who have taught all their pupils in risk factors, and it is an increase from 2022 when the number was 42. So there's a very big increase, especially for the oldest pupils. And if we look at what we call the graduated minimum model, that's how many schools are actually teaching all of this for all their pupils, we can see that it's 42% of the schools, 47% for the public schools, and it's also a good increase because it was 33% back in 2022. What we can also see is that in 2022, 13% of the schools did not teach any traffic safety at all. This number is now 8% in total and 6% for public schools. So it has really also decreased, and that is very important. Of course, it's not okay that still there are 8% of schools that are not teaching at all. Yeah, but do note that these numbers are only for where the schools that all their pupils are teaching. We also have the numbers for the schools where they say some of our pupils have been taught in these different materials. So each year we present the results in different reports, and I will get back to that. And we have a big conference where the winner of the test is launched. But I just want to show you the map. So you can see when we started the test in 2022, the winner had 880 points. It's possible to get up to 1,000, and it has now increased to 926. But what is more visible is to see the green colors on the map of Denmark. So if you see in 2022, it was mostly yellow. And the good thing is that now it is more green. And these are for all the results, so both from the results they get from the municipality questionnaire and the school questionnaire. And over here are all the municipalities and how many points they have got. So what we do is that we have found out it is very important that we do not keep all these results to ourselves. If we want to change this, we have to provide it for other parties as well. We have to show them what is, how is traffic safety education in Denmark. So we have a very long national report with all the numbers, and they are sent to the Ministry of Education, to the Ministry of Transport, to the local government Denmark organization, and to the Danish Road Safety Commission. And then all the municipalities, each of them, they get their own report, and they get a letter with recommendation on what can they specifically do in their municipality to increase traffic safety education. And we are not just sending this report to our contact persons, because if we did that, if a municipality had bad results, what could happen is that, sorry, but the report was not delivered to anybody else and nothing would happen in that report. So what we are doing is that we are also sending the report and the recommendations to the mayor of the municipality, to the director of the technical administration, to the director of the children's administration, to the committee chairperson of these two, and to the head of school administration. And in Denmark, the committee chairpersons are often not from the same political party as the mayor. So in terms of getting the results to them, especially if the results are not so good, it means that they will sit and ask, Mayor, how come that we are not teaching traffic safety education in our municipalities when we can see other municipalities are doing it? So it's a very effective way of trying to ensure that the municipalities push on in terms of getting the schools to teach. And it also includes all the benchmarks. And of course, in the different municipalities, they are always benchmarking. What about the municipalities next to ours? How are they achieving in the test? And they all want to be either the national winner or the regional winners. We have 5 regional winners as well. And the police, they also get a report. We have 12 police districts in Denmark, and they each get a report with the results from their police district. So they can also, in meetings with the municipalities, ask them, how is it going with traffic safety education in your municipality, and what can we do to help push on that children are safe in our region and in our police district. And then all the schools, both public and private, they get a mail with recommendations on what they can do, and it is sent to the headmasters and the school board. So, what does this new monitoring system provide us well with? As I showed before, it has provided us with an increase in teaching the right traffic safety education. And it has also been an increase in municipalities now focusing on traffic safety education and supporting the schools, saying, what can we do to support you? And it has also been a very good opportunity to highlight the importance of traffic safety education, both to the political level, as I showed before, but also to the press, etc. And the use of benchmark is always very effective because people want to be, the different municipalities want to be best in class. And they have their own local results so they can see how are our different schools performing. So in their report they can see how is X school performing, how is Y school performing, etc. And what we can also see is that actually children's safety is a hot topic, because especially now we have the municipality election in Denmark, and we can see that many municipalities, they want to have a safe municipality for their children in terms of traffic. That's how they get more people to stay in their municipality. An example of what the traffic safety education test has resulted in Denmark, this monitoring system, is that the municipality of Copenhagen, that after they got last year the results from the test, and they were not in top, they are the municipality with most schools in Denmark. They have, I think it's around 120. But it meant that the mayor there, he said, we have to focus on this. And it has meant that now they have provided 12 million Danish crowns, that's 1.6 euros, the next 3 years to increase traffic safety education in school. So had we not made this monitoring, and had they not been having this report showing what the situation is in their municipality compared with other municipalities, this would not have happened. So it just shows one of the good effects of this test and monitoring. And we can also see that the press are really interested in this as well. Each year we have had more than 100 press articles or TV presentations, etc. every year. And of course the data also gives us in the council where I'm working very good insights. It shows, it means that we get knowledge about why that some schools in some regions or in some municipalities, they are not teaching. So we should ask ourselves, why is this? How can we help these schools and municipalities to increase the teaching? And also we can see and ask ourselves and dig into, why do some schools teach all pupils but some don't? And also why there are differences in terms of age groups. So my last slide is on recommendation for monitoring traffic safety education. My first recommendation would be that you prioritize the traffic safety education materials that you have, and say that this minimum is what the schools should teach that fulfill the national goals and that are on all levels. And also you should ask the schools themselves, the headmaster, and if there's a traffic safety teacher, to answer the surveys so that you get the results from the schools themselves. You should do it annually, if possible. And you should remember to only have a few questions in this survey if you want the schools actually to answer the survey, and you should be realistic and precise in terms of formulations. And for us, it has really been good with the national and local reports, including that they have the benchmarks to others, and that we have delivered these reports to so many different target groups. And also it's important to accept that doing a monitoring system like we have done, it takes time and it takes resources, it costs money to make a well-functioning machine, but once you have done it, it is up and running. And we pay quite a lot of money for the external agency to help us with this, and it is around 51,000 euros that we pay this year. But please do remember, this is surveys sent to all schools in Denmark, and we have more than, in total 82% of the schools have answered the survey this year, and I think for public schools it was 88%, and for all the municipalities they answered the survey, all 98 of them. And this prize also includes all the reports, and I mean the reports are quite thorough. So a municipality report might be around 30 pages, the national report is more than 100 pages. So there is quite a lot of work in it, and they produce all this, but compared with earlier, where we tried using marketing resources for putting ads in newsletters for teachers, a lot of different things, none of this increased the teaching. None, unfortunately. None of it increased the teaching, but this, as you have seen, has increased the teaching. So even though it's a lot of money, it is definitely more effective compared with what we have done earlier. So my last comment is that monitoring can be a powerful structural driver to increase traffic safety education, and the key is to make it purposeful, proportionate, and embedded into the routines. And with the last thing, I mean that it's annual, that they know it's the same questionnaire, it's done in the same way, they get the same report, etc. Yeah, that was my last comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. I love the way you make yourself brave questions, because that's brave, and it's where you can find the truth. So, congratulations. Any questions? You have the opportunity to ask, so thank you. Eilish.
Thank you, that was really, really insightful.
With micro.
Hi, I'm Eilish. I'm from the Road Safety Authority in Ireland. Thank you, that was very insightful, and there's definitely some learnings that we can take on board from that. Can I just ask, that's a really good monitoring system. Do you know of any other countries that mirror that have a similar system in place to monitor road safety education, I suppose, for the three levels you mentioned there?
Unfortunately, not the same, because we have tried to look at what other countries are doing, and some are using some of the different methods that I started showing on what we had done previously, but not the same as what we have done. But we would very much like to know if other countries have made a similar system or something that is also relevant. So if you have anything that you would like to show us, please write it in the comments for this online, or please write me an email, or please send it to Frank from the ETSC and the Learn project, because we would very much like to know more, because, yeah, as I said, it's so important that we do check up on other schools actually teaching. So not only providing high quality educational materials, but making sure that the schools are actually teaching. Because what we want here is equality in traffic safety education. We do not want inequality. And it is inequality if only some schools are teaching, or only some pupils are being taught in this. And it will mean that there is a difference between children, and we do not want that. We want pupils of all ages and from all different backgrounds and from private and public schools to get the same education, so when they leave the school, they are equipped with the relevant knowledge, skills and competences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Is there any question? Huh? With the results, Lisa, do you really think your system is working or not?
Yeah, definitely. I hope that you could see that the results are also showing that they are working. But as you can also see that it's not something that is just from one day to the next or 1 year to the next that things change, because it is a bit different. It is difficult to change habits, and it is also a habit of teaching traffic safety education. But we can see that it is increasing, and actually in terms of the cyclist test, we had hoped that there would be an even higher number of schools teaching the cyclist test. So it is something that we are going to focus on from now on. What can we do to increase the number? And also, as you could see, there is also a difference between public school and private schools, and also between different regions and different municipalities. But this monitoring system gives us the tools so that we know which schools are not teaching, which municipalities need extra help, etc. So I think the data is there, so it's more what can we do to help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. To finish, something that was surprising is that this sort of education was compulsory from 1940.
Yeah.
And it's a long time to get conscious, but we haven't get all the conscious of this. I mean,
it is because I think, like in many countries, if you ask the schools, are you teaching traffic safety education? They will say yes. So that's also why, if you are monitoring, you should not just ask, are you teaching traffic safety education? That's why I said you have to be precise. Are you teaching this material for all children in this year, etc.? Because that has also been what has been doing in Denmark. The schools have said that they have been teaching since 1940. And some of the schools that are not teaching the three different materials that I showed, they are surely teaching something else, but it's just not giving the pupils the knowledge and the competences that they need in traffic.
Yeah, good and precise questions.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Pedazo salto vamos a hacer ahora que nos vamos de.
Right, we're going to go all the way from Denmark now, hop over to Navarre. So we're here in Pamplona, so now we're going to focus on the local place where we are. We're going to be talking about safe, sustainable mobility education. And we're now going to turn our attention to what we're doing here. And we have José Javier Boulandier, who is the director of the Navarre Traffic Service, and he's going to help us to know what's happening here in Navarre. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was a little bit late. I was just, putting the final touches to my presentation. So welcome to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here representing the traffic system here in Navarre, the traffic safety system here in Navarre. We're delighted to be hosting this seminar here in Pamplona in the Baluarte Conference Center. It's a very important day for us, and it really encourages us to keep working, which is why we've taken the photo earlier. We don't want to forget our victims, because our main aim is to reduce the number of victims as quickly as possible and as much as possible, which is why we're here. Which is why we want to share our experience with all of you, which is a bit of a different experience, because we're kind of in the middle of a process of devolution. We're acquiring the powers that have been devolved out from the central government in this particular area. And as the saying goes, if you want to get there quickly, walk by yourself. If you want to get far, then go with other people. This is what we want to do. We obviously want to move fast, but what we want to do is to reach our destination, which is why we need to work in collaboration with all of you. Now, my title is a little bit philosophical, and I'm talking about safe and sustainable education. Because education is one of the pillars of everything that we do. It's absolutely necessary to achieve our goals. So it needs to be education. And why does it have to be safe education? Well, it needs to be safe, but in Spanish, that's a bit of a play on words because it means we need to ensure the education for all students and for all different levels and in all places in the country. And we have to have education about road safety and other things besides. And it needs to be sustainable. Sustainable over time, throughout the whole life cycle. And I think this is an objective that we all share. So we need to talk about sustainability because we want to ensure that we have a future, that the future still exists. And we all need to be pulling in the same direction. So that's what we're hoping to do. So our aim is to talk about the framework here. I'm going to explain the framework. It's because each stage of the education system has its own characteristics, but over and above all of that, we have the education framework. And having a framework is very important. And we have a framework here in the autonomous community of Navarre. So the aim of my presentation is to tell you where we're coming from and where we hope to go. Now, we mentioned before, our colleague from Flanders was talking about the Table of the Three Kings, which is the highest mountain in Navarre. That was a great reference, and it was a great example as well. He was talking about the different landmarks on the way, the map that you need a good pair of hiking boots, etc. And in Navarre, we're kind of like a small outlying suburb of Madrid, the capital city of Spain. So we're a small autonomous community. There are 17 autonomous communities in Spain. We're quite small. We're quite small with regard to surface area and population as well. But that does mean that we can engage in pilot projects because we have a smaller scale, and that sometimes helps us to move more quickly. It makes us more agile than perhaps some of our larger neighbours, and it enables us to try out different things. We can be like a test bench for certain ideas and certain initiatives, and we want to make the most of that. At the moment, we have just under 700,000 inhabitants. We have a surface area of just over 10,000 square kilometres. We are located between the Atlantic Ocean and the Pyrenean mountain range. We have a very long border with France to the north. It's a strategic thoroughfare as well, but with Eurovelos as well. We joined that initiative because it is a very important point from crossing from France to Spain and Spain to France and all the way down to Lisbon at the end as well. So this happens with Eurovelos as well, and it also happens with a number of different European projects as well. We also have the Ebro River, which connects Bilbao to Zaragoza. We represent 1.7% of the Spanish GDP. But I think we need to have more specific facts and figures if we want to see what it is that we're doing here in Navarre with regard to traffic safety and mobility education. Oh, I went backwards instead of forwards. I do apologise. Now, we've heard about some road death rates and how they mainly affect young people over the last 6 years. The data told us that we have had 6 minors who have died in the last year. Well, sorry, from 2019 to the present day, we have 6 deaths among minors. And we also have some who have died in traffic accidents where they were driving because they've had driving licenses from other European countries, because it's 18 is the age at which you can get your driving license here in Spain. So this data tells us that the main problem has to do with the users of motor vehicles, and that should guide our actions. But sort of young people grow up and they end up becoming drivers. And here you can see the demographics, or the estimated demographics here in Navarre. You can see that we don't have very many young people, and then we have quite a lot of people in middle age. But I'm not quite sure what middle age is. I think middle age these days lasts until the age of 60, which is great, but which means I'm going to be middle aged for a lot longer than I thought I was going to be. Now, something to bear in mind when we're talking about our activities is the percentage distribution of incidents. 45% of accidents. If you look at the second graph, this is just from last year, by the way, 45% of accidents happen with private cars, 42% among the vulnerable groups. In fact, this time last year, we held a national conference focusing on vulnerable groups, and it's important to take them into account. We also have new modes of transport, which are generally associated with young people.
We're actually a department that had not existed for long. We are getting new competencies from the central state, from the government of Spain, and probably mid next year we will be able to sanction, to fine people who are not doing things wrong. We have a very close relationship with other regions. We are saying that this should not be a siloed thing. We should not be. We should work in collaboration, and we try to permeate and collaborate amongst the different administrations. And where do we come from? Even though we are a new service in our regional administrations, we're working with people who have been working with Parque Polo and other places. So the skills are there. We have personnel who have been disseminated, have been training on Tsame for quite a few years now. We come from very many responsibilities and commitments, both on the educational realm and the government part. We have some goals, and we've included specifically road security or traffic security. We have been working since 2017 a proposal for improving the situation in schools, because they need to actually put up a lot of hours in order for the students to be instructed in the European curriculum. So some schools have been leaving things aside. For example, they've been leaving road security teaching or education aside, and that type of education and training is needed for living a healthy life, for actually living at all and living a healthy life. We did a proposal for resources to school. We created a focus group we've been working with. We took feedback from several associations and society at large. We created a report back in 2017, and actually one of the milestones for that work that we've been doing is this international Congress we are at today. We want the citizens to be at the center in our public policies. That's what we should be doing as Europeans, and we try to put road safety, actually citizens as the center of road safety policies as well. We also work with the sustainability goals, the SDGs, and soon we will create an expert committee that will be able to let us know what we're missing or what we're doing okay regarding quality. So there will be our quality control check. And where are we? We went through that COVID-19 pandemic. We've put that behind us now, but it taught us some lessons. All of the world pandemic have had some repercussions. We are going through the psychological wave of COVID-19 right now, and that's associated to the social conditions, to education, etc. It's all linked, and we cannot avoid dealing with this. We've been closed up for almost 2 years. We couldn't actually get out and use our freedom as we would have liked. This is a cyclical thing. It's repeated whenever there's a pandemic. This psychological wave comes. Well, we should be aware of that and establish the necessary educational strategies. And we should have a long-lasting, a long-term strategy. If we want to change our culture, we have to permeate to society at large. We must be a network. We have to share contacts. And we have to work about that on a daily basis. We are trying to involve the media as well, to disseminate this, to reach as far as possible, because our commitment is 100%, as I say, in the long term, to try to change the current culture, to try and avoid that loss of lives that is regrettable. And our first commitment was to become members of the Spanish Alliance for Child Safety. And we think that we have to work with society at large. Yes, but very especially so with minors, with infants. We are working with primary schools, and we're trying to make progress on that. How about the human factor? That's paramount, as we've just said to the radio journalists that we were just with. How to reach the people? How can we change that human factor? It is through training and it is through education. If we must change behaviors, as we've said we should, we have to create new strategies for that. I think it was our Flemish colleague who was saying that the goals were actually created by the state. It's the same thing here. We have the so-called LOMLO law that establishes that there must be some time that is dedicated as part of some courses to same. And that must be translated into time, into hours of training, of education. And the schools will have to provide for that. The problem is how much time, right? Right now, we have about 120,000 students. Between 32 and 34,000 students are attending primary school. And they are our main target. We try to reach each and every one of them. We are trying to support all teachers teaching in those primary schools. We started back in 2017. Right now we're finishing up the teaching units in order to support those teachers. We're creating pedagogical material and teaching materials for them to use. I don't want to be too long, so
No nos quedamos solo en los centros, que también nos apoyamos en las.
We are actually counting on the support of the police, the local police, the regional police. There is a good representation of them right here. We try to reach young students, primary school students, with 3 parks. 2 of them are about infrastructures and construction. That's the Polo Park. We're part of it. We're associated to it as a government of Navarra, the Tudela Park. That's a part of the municipality. And the PF Road Safety Park that is managed by the local police. Last year, I'm not sure whether representatives of the Polo Park are here. Yes, there they are. We celebrated the 25th anniversary of the Polo Park. The different branches of the police are there, and depending on the police, depending on the school, practical trainings will be given there. It's actually the local police and the regional police that collaborate with us there. I'll give you some succinct data. We try for every single student to be there more than once if it's possible. Collaboration has been asked for by neighboring regions to be able to do activities there, to be able to get their students to our Polo Park. A similar thing is performed at the Tudela Park, which is part of the which is owned by the municipality. There have been more than 200 different uses so far this year, and there's been about 23,000 students out of those 34,000 students that are our goal that have been attended and serviced by the regional police there. Sorry, by the local police there.
Vale, tranquilos que si no sigo, como yo es rigolí.
Sorry, we cannot see the video. Oh yes, okay, here it comes. It's a very brief video. Won't take long.
Gracias. Sin más por...
Thank you very much for your attention. We're in Navarra, right? So that was a video about our local realities, right? Sorry to be so daring as to show some local content to this international audience, but you know, a little grain of sand. This is about collaboration. This is a cross-cutting work that we have to do as a society, as a whole, right? And you know, we do have those parks, and we have activities also in schools, and there is also the fourth edition, sorry, the fourth edition of the inter-school Olympics for road security or traffic security. And what this is about? This is about
quieran incluir a su
road safety. And it's about giving tools to the students to be able to carry different activities regarding the school curriculum. They will be awarded a prize, something like a helmet or some safety equipment. And that's great as motivation for students. And we'd like to go beyond primary schools, but that's where we've started. And for now, we have to stay there. Option is given to any school to participate. 9 schools, the runners-up for the finals. They've been doing 1-hour sessions. And they work in classrooms with students for carrying out audiovisual activities or plastic activities. And the day of the finals, of the final activity of the contest, they get together in a cultural center. And it is actually a contest. There are competitors. Those schools are competitors. They will choose each center, school center, will choose 6 students. There is an evaluation, both on their answers there and on their previous works.
Pues no estamos hablando de 33.000.
It's not 33,000. That's the total number, but it's thinking in the long term, as I was saying at the beginning, and we are happy about the results so far. The network of driving schools is participating there, and some other associations participate as well. We are the jury there with the jurors, and as I was saying before, age is a problem for us, is a worry. We have about 30-something thousand students in primary school that are walking or cycling over to school every day. Oh, sorry, I thought it'd fallen down. It hasn't. Great. So we started out a different activity this year, a new activity. It has a double purpose because we want to work with different ages and give them a full response, so to say, a holistic response. We've given training to the police forces, to the sanitary or health workers, and to students. That has to do with safety equipment, actually safety seats for students. We've had crash test dummies in order to do some practical work ad hoc, and we've done some teaching events with schools to tell them if something happened, how they should evacuate, what would be the instructions they should be following according to the regulations, etc. If we can watch the next video, please. We're watching a video now.
Deben seguirse las siguientes instrucciones. Al subir y bajar del autocar, hay que esperar al autocar a una distancia de al menos 2 metros del borde de la acera y no subir ni bajar hasta que no esté completamente detenido. La evacuación la ordenará el conductor.
Han mirado, ha salido corriendo, han mirado y están pasando que se están atropellando a todos. Venga, ¿quién se pone a miráis? ¿Quién se pone a contar? ¿Quién se pone a contar? Venga, ponte ahí. Aquí había...
Gracias. Se trata de jugar con el alumnado.
It's about playing around with the students to learn, by learning from our mistakes, to check on whether everybody was there, on whether everybody was okay, there's someone lacking. They should be involved in the evacuation procedures. We edited a video and we wanted to adapt it to all possible scenarios, whether we're in a plane or in a bus or in a center like this one, like in a conference center like this one. We speak about correctly using their seat belts anywhere, including a bus. And this is some training that is given to students, but we'll also do it for the transportation professionals of the region. And we don't want to leave anyone behind. We focus also on specific collectives whose special vulnerabilities make it harder for them to integrate in society. So we're trying to go hand by hand. I think that the Driving School Association role has been key for that. There have been 7 different calls for this particular event, and they actually teach students about the traffic rules, and that's great because some hours can be saved for teaching and for teachers, and there's been a great collaboration with, as I said, the Driving School Association. Students are given theoretical and practical training. They use a driving simulator, and then they go to Parque Paulo, where they do some really practical training so that they can be prepared for obtaining a driving license or a moped permit. And
O la vivencia o la situación, el trasladar un poco esos...
And it's about feeling involved. And so we've appealed to the people who have undergone a traffic accident, a road accident, so that they can sensitize people in general. We also adhere to European identities. We organized events for disseminating this information and this culture. So what's our goal? Our goal is to grow. We cannot get anywhere just by themselves. Even though this might sound to you as repetition, we can no longer believe that one victim, one road accident victim is less than 20 airplane victims, right? It's not worth any less. And we believe that in Europe, and so we have to work to create a social educational curriculum for Navarra that acknowledges that education and training does not stop when we get out of school. We have to continue to work in that respect for the rest of our lives. There will be risk for as long as we are alive, so we have to involve people for them to be on the watch so that they can be less vulnerable to those risky conditions in order to be safer and to minimize the risks. We want to create alliances. We're not alone. We're talking to the municipalities, we're talking to the citizens, We're soon going to sign a social compact. We will sign it up with the network of municipalities of Navarra, and later on we will bring the contents of this compact to the Navarran citizens. We either get truly involved, get truly committed with it, or we will fail. It's a complicated challenge, and we need to be... Hello, Nuria. I was actually building time in order for you to come. No, I'm kidding. It's actually... education is very important. That's one of the pillars for us. Earlier on, the Director General for Internal Affairs was speaking about those 6 or 7 items for strategies, the Parque Polo, the training for road safety technicians, training in collaboration with the police forces, because through them we can actually get to the citizens, because if we want to have a long-term, truly long-term strategy, we need to count on them. We need to have their support and collaboration. And also the learn. We do not want to leave aside associations, vulnerable groups, etc. Pythagoras used to say that if we educate infants, children, we will not need to later on fine adults, right? Be fining adults.
Aporta la educación.
Punish adults, right?
Entonces nuestro reto, ¿no? Tenemos que cambiar de paradigma.
And that's actually our goal. Our goal is to change the current paradigm. We continue to do things as we have so far. The results will be the same as well. So we have to change somehow, and doors are open for you to see what we are doing, to monitor what we are doing, full transparency.
Y lo hicimos el año pasado también con la asociación, con Young también.
We did that last year with youth as well. We want to count on the youth. We want to have their perspective on risk, on dangers. Their perception is probably very different to the one we have as adults. And so I like to insist on this. We have to sensitize the youth, and it's complicated to do it after a certain age. We either get into their heads at an early age, or later on, it's going to be a lot more difficult. That's what we think. So that was pretty much all on my part. That was a summary of our philosophy. We're open to grow, to collaborate with you, and we're open to come up to the summit of the Tres Reyes or anywhere else. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, José Javier Boulandier.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our speaker? For José Javier, there's a question. Excellent. If we can just get the mic, then you can ask your question. Good afternoon. I wanted to ask you about Parque Polo. Is it open to the general public? I mean, if I want to go and teach my son to ride a bike, can I do it there? Or is it only open when there are organized activities scheduled? No, it's only open when there are scheduled activities taking place. But better than me to answer that question is there's a representative of Parque Polo who is here, who might be able to answer better than me. But in the idea of growing together, I think we really need to open up a lot more than we are at the moment. We need to work together to find solutions. We're working on designing an escape room, actually, together. Stefania, you're there. You're from Parque Polo. Perhaps you and me can talk a little bit later on, just you and me. That would be great. Thank you. That's what we've come here to do. We've come here to talk and to get to know each other better. Thank you very much. Your message about collaboration, I think, was very clear. So, we don't have a lot of time, and perhaps we should just say goodbye now to you, but I'm sure if there are any questions, they can ask you them later on. Thank you very much. A warm round of applause, please. So, we're talking about road safety, but sometimes we learn the importance of road safety in the worst possible way. Sometimes things can change and our lives can change in the blink of an eye, which is why the work carried out by AESLEME, the Association for the Study of Spinal Cord Injury, is so valuable. Because this organization works to promote the prevention of traffic accidents and then to support and to help those who unfortunately have suffered them. And we're lucky enough today to have with us Nuria Perez, who's the head of psychological care at AESLEME. And she's here to explain how this organization works, what they do, and how we can work together. So it's wonderful to have you here, Nuria. Thank you very much. And if we can just get the presentation up on the screen, that would be great. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Government of Navarre, MAFRE, the European Transport Safety Council. Thank you to all of you for this very kind invitation. It's always very useful for us to get some new ideas, to get some inspiration so that we can improve and grow as well. You can see that I'm sitting here in a wheelchair. That was because I had a road traffic accident 21 years ago now. I was working as a nurse in a hospital, and my life was going pretty well. Everything was perfect, fine. And then in the blink of an eye, my life changed drastically. And you find yourself in a situation that you'd really rather not be in. And that forced me to reinvent myself. I started to study psychology. And now, as well as I teach road safety as well, but I also provide psychological therapy to other people who have suffered road traffic accidents. I started to collaborate with AESLEME about 10 years after I had got a stable health situation. It's a non-for-profit organization that focuses on road safety education. We've been doing it for 25 years now. We started in 1989. And in 1989, there were about 9,400 people who would die on the roads every year. And it's an organization that was founded by doctors, not by victims, because the doctors realized that there were so many injuries, life-changing injuries that were suffered by young people. So it was founded by doctors who'd noticed this situation. And we've helped many, many people. 5 million people, over 5 million people have benefited from our programs over the years. Now, this is the accident report from last year in Spain. The most heavily affected section are pedestrians, cyclists, and motorbike riders. Now, there's another group, and this isn't the place to talk about them so much because here we're talking about young people, but there is a group of people over 65 who are also very vulnerable. So we have 9 million, over a population of 9 million over the age of 65. And they represent 19% of the population, but 66% of road deaths. This isn't the right time to talk about that, but it is an important issue. It's a very vulnerable group. They get run over a lot, too much, especially in larger cities. So most accidents happen in urban areas as well, which is important to point out. So we provide road traffic safety education to all Spanish citizens, not just young people. We work with older people. We go to prisons. We go to day centers. We go to driving schools as well. We try to get everywhere. And our aims are as follows. We want to prevent traffic accidents through education, through values, through awareness raising. We want to take the idea of road safety to schools, to youth centers, in order to reduce the number of deaths due to traffic accidents and also serious injuries due to traffic accidents. We want to reduce the risks. That's one of our aims, risks that have to do with the consumption of alcohol and drugs. We need to raise awareness of how people should drive without using a mobile phone. Our aim is to launch awareness-raising campaigns of the consequences of accidents and problems. So if I have an accident, what happens afterwards? If I am left with an injury, what are the associated problems? Social problems, psychological problems, real problems that people face. And then we want to disseminate messages about road safety, key messages, so that to raise awareness among the population, especially focusing on people with disabilities. I have a disability as a result of a road traffic accident, but I sort of see it more in a positive light. I've learned to do that. Not everyone is the same. Some people have a greater capacity than others to reinvent themselves. And it's important to foster that ability. It's important for me to, show people that I have a disability as a result of a road traffic accident, but I lead a full, independent life. And in most accidents, the human factor is an important factor. But it's also humans cause accidents, but humans also suffer accidents. But if it's the human factor, then we can do something about that. If we're the factor that's responsible for the accident, then surely we can do something about it. So we reach out to all schools and we work with them with students between the ages of 6 and 18 years. And the idea is to get them to think, to develop values, to assume responsibility as future citizens and future drivers. We want to make them more responsible. Our courses are taught by health experts who can show them about the injuries that may result from a road traffic accident, because we had about 1,700 odd deaths last year, but there were about 9,000 serious injuries, because we often talk about deaths, and we have to talk about deaths. That's important because life is the most beautiful thing we have. We do need to talk about deaths. But what about people who don't die, but who have a very serious health problem as a result of that? Okay, well, if you break your leg will mend. If you have a slight burn, then that you might get better. But sometimes you have much more serious injuries. And we're talking about 9,000 people with serious injuries. So we need to talk about injuries as well as death. Because when someone says to you, if you have an accident, what would you rather? Would you rather die or to have a serious disability or just a slight injury? What would be your reply? Let's hope that never happens to us, but obviously we know what we would rather happen to us. which is why the talks that we give are given by people who have first-hand knowledge of the health consequences, and also by medical experts as well, because we get both sides of the story in that sense. These are the 3 campaigns that we have. They range from primary school all the way up to A-levels. First one is safety in your city. This is aimed at children between the ages of 6 and 11. And then we have another campaign which is called It Can Happen to You, aimed at young people between the ages of 12 and 18. And then If You Control, You Return is the third program for older people between the ages of 16 and 21. Although it doesn't really stop with 21, because it focuses on the problem of driving under the influence of alcohol and other drugs, and that doesn't stop at the age of 21. Actually, if you look at the population in Spain, younger people are actually much more responsible than their older counterparts a lot of the time with regard to driving and driving under the influence of drugs. So it doesn't just stop at the age of 21. The first campaign, Safety in Your City, as I said before, it's aimed at children aged between 6 and 11 years, primary school children, in other words. And here we tell them about the main causes of accidents and what they can do to help prevent these accidents, what to do if an accident were to happen, so basic issues, call, tell someone, how you can help someone, etc. And then the consequences, the more serious consequences, amputations, head injuries, spinal cord injuries, and how that can change your life. Because we say, okay, right, come on, sit down in a wheelchair and think about what your life would be like if you couldn't get out of that wheelchair. How's your house? How's your house laid out? Do you have a girlfriend, a boyfriend? How would all this change if you were to be in a wheelchair? And then we just draw it all into a discussion that can go on for as long as it needs to. So these are the facts and figures up there on the screen. We've been doing this since 2020 throughout the whole of Spain. We have a number of different campaigns, and they've generally been received very well, because this is the assessment sheet that we give to the teachers after the talk, and most rate the talk as a very high level of satisfaction as something that is actually helpful in preventing accidents. We evaluate the content, the trainer, the teaching methods used, and whether or not they think that the campaign will actually help prevent traffic accidents, road traffic accidents. The second campaign is called It Can Happen to You, aimed at students aged between 12 and 18 years of age. It has the same format as the previous one, but it's more geared towards adolescents in this case. We know that one of the most important vulnerable groups are young people. This is when they start to go out by themselves, they start to walk to different places by themselves, they become more independent, they want to explore new activities, new modes of transport, everything that's new. Adolescents love it, but their brain at that moment wants them to take risks. It forces them almost to take risks, their brain, at that moment in time. And it's difficult for them to stay safe all the time. And with road traffic, the same applies. So this campaign is the longest campaign. We've been doing it since the 1990. We've reached out to more than 3 million people with this campaign. And the level of satisfaction, again, is very high, as you can see here. Most rate us very highly. We have given over 60,000 talks. Well, that was the date. That was the figure in 2024. And we give them some sheets, like a magnet. So you put it up on the fridge so that your whole family can see it. Because it's important to reach out not just to students, but to their families as well. Because if you've heard something during a talk at school, but then you go home and you see that your parents aren't doing what you've been told you need to do, then you need to tell them to do that. Because everything's wonderful and great at school, but then often when students get home that they see that their parents are doing the exact opposite. If I tell you when you're at school, don't drink if you're going to drive, put your seatbelt on, but then they go home and they see that their father's drinking beer, 1, 2, or 3 beers, and then, goes to take them wherever in the evening, or don't put his seatbelt on. So there's a contradictory message there. We want to avoid that. So we want to make sure that the information gets to the ears of the entire family. Once a year, we carry out a survey about the campaign, a survey among students. So they get a survey before they listen to the talk, then they listen to the talk, and they have to complete the same questionnaire. And so we know what they knew beforehand, and we can work out what they've learned. We do this once a year as part of the campaign. And then the last campaign is If You Control, You Return. This focuses exclusively on alcohol and drug consumption. And we tell participants about the effects of alcohol and drugs. It lasts an hour and a half, the course, so we can talk about a lot of things. We tell them how to fight against peer pressure, about public transport and how they can use public transport. And then try to have, the designated driver idea, so that each time you go out, you have a designated driver who doesn't drink, etc. So we also have a practical side of things. They have a pair of glasses that simulates the effects of alcohol and drugs, so that they can actually really see how much alcohol and drugs affects you and how your ability to drive. Again, we have a survey with the same assessment rating. Most people rate the course very highly. We've been doing this since 2010, and we have given 6,630 chats with over 260,000 direct beneficiaries. It doesn't just stop at the age of 16. In fact, some people ask us to go to universities to carry out this campaign amongst university students. So here we have dissemination material, which we've developed in collaboration with the MAFRE Foundation. And again, we do a pre and post test, so that we can know what they knew beforehand about drugs and alcohol, and then we can work out what they've learned during the course. This is a video that was made at a school. They were great. They were really great, these students. Perhaps we can see the video. It's a great video.
Somewhere in the middle, try to find myself again. But life is one big riddle of the future and what's been. Guess it's the way it goes, and I will never know why you let me go. Look to the left, look to the right, nothing can stop me in the night, like I'm leaving all the bad stuff. And trying to remain strong, I know it's good if I'm wrong. I got it, go, running into better times, go, from my emotions out, go, running into better times, to better times, to better times.
Bueno.
And these are all the different experiences that we've had. As I said, I had an accident 20 years ago. I've been giving talks like this for 18 years now. And we go back time and time again to the same schools. It's true that there are some schools that don't attach the importance they should do to this type of material. And I don't really understand why, because it works. It's been shown to work. And I don't know. You say it should be in a museum, some people say, but I think it's much more important to do it in the classroom in a more dynamic way. So our main aim is to make sure that young people acquire the skills and the attitudes they need to keep them safe. Education needs to be ongoing. It needs to be ongoing. It's lifelong learning. We need to reach out to all different social stakeholders. We can't just stay in schools. We need to talk to the police, the families, association, the media as well. The media can really help us. And then, of course, we need to be in schools, of course, first and foremost. And it needs to be a cross-cutting approach. We need to include teachers as well, and extracurricular activities. Other stakeholders involved in those types of activities. Community stakeholders have to be involved as well. And then driving schools as well. People need to really understand that there's a continuity of this when they learn to drive. And it can be voluntary or compulsory. Maybe it can be, I don't know, compulsory that people, in fact, experts say that every X number of years, drivers should actually have to go to a refresher course about driving, and it should be included in that as well. So it's a shared responsibility, road safety, and we can all do something in our own regions, in our own areas, to improve road safety in our community, to reduce the number of road deaths and road traffic accident deaths, because every accident can be prevented. And we need to dream of a future with 0 victims on our roads. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Nuria. No te marches.
Thank you so much, Nuria. Don't go away, because I'm sure there are going to be questions for you. So don't go away just yet. Oh, you have to talk to me in Spanish because I've taken my headset off. So you have to talk to me in Spanish, I'm afraid. Thank you very much, Nuria.
I'm so impressed with your work and what you're doing. It's also very similar, as I said, to what we have in Denmark, and we also know it really makes a change instead of just reading about it or seeing a video, but actually meeting people face to face, and that the young pupils can be allowed to ask all the questions they have. And they have a lot of questions. So I think it's so important, and my comment is it's more a comment than a question, but I just really hope that the region of Navarra will make sure that all the pupils in the oldest age groups here, that they get a presentation from you and your colleagues, because I really think it would change a lot that you see these personal stories. And then maybe one question would be, in Denmark we are in the lucky situation that fewer young people are killed or severely injured in traffic compared with earlier. So actually we are finding it more difficult to find people like you who can go to the schools and to do the teaching. Is it the same here in Spain? Yeah.
Sí, aquí a mí me es más difícil contestarte, pero aquí es difícil.
Yes, it's difficult to answer, but it is difficult. In fact, that was a question I wanted to ask you, because it's important for the person who's had the accident to tell their story, but often they didn't behave very well. It was sort of their fault that they had this accident, or not always, but on many occasions. And in fact, there's one of our collaborators who actually killed somebody because they were driving drunk. Now, telling people that is not an easy thing to do. Putting yourself in that situation, it's very difficult. So when you said that there were people in your projects that had done terrible things, that was quite impressive. I was just sitting badly in my car. I mean, it was just bad luck. But I didn't hurt anybody else. I didn't hurt anyone else. I didn't injure or kill anyone else. But, sitting in front of a group of students and saying, look, I killed somebody because of my behavior, that's really hard. It's really hard to find people. Because, some people go, oh, it's a lot of work. But it's not actually work. It's going to help you. It helps you to overcome your situation. It helps you, as the person, overcome your situation and feel better about what you've done. And in fact, you can help other people. You can help save lives, and that really makes you feel good, because you're telling your story, telling what happened to you. Maybe it might resonate with someone and go, oh, I did that too, or I've done that. I better not do that anymore. You can actually save lives. So we do have the same problem. Yes, it's difficult for us to find people who are willing to tell their story and, in fact, put themselves in that very compromising situation. But we don't say, you've got to go every single day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. No, we're very gentle with them. We say, whenever you want to go, it's fine, and your own pace. But it isn't easy. But it's really, really worth it. Yes, we tell them it's worth it, but sometimes they just go, no, I don't want to. I'm going to go do some sport, or I'm going to do this or that or the other. And I got compensation, and I'm going to go and just enjoy all the money I've got now because of that. But you have to say there's got to be something more, right? There has to be more purpose in life. So do you find the reaction? Do you see the reaction amongst young people? Can you see the light dawning in their eyes? Does it sort of wake something up in them? Yes, of course. And they go, but what? You mean I really can't stand up in a car? They ask, and you think, no, you can't. And I'm not anyone special. I don't consider myself to be, someone special. There are a lot of people who are actually in a wheelchair as a result of road traffic accidents, but people don't tend to see us in their everyday life. Or sometimes you know someone in a wheelchair, but you don't know why they're in the wheelchair, or that you just go out to buy bread one day and you get run over and you end up in a wheelchair. But young people tend to think that they are immortal, right? I don't know if you all remember, but when you were young, you thought you were going to live forever. I mean, this is something that's quite common. But you're saying that young people are actually being quite responsible, right, about drink driving and driving under the influence of drugs. Is that true? Yes. Well, my experience when I was in uni, my experience talking to university students from 18 years old onwards, they go, no, I don't. And I will actually take the car keys away from a friend if I see that they've been drinking. And that's something quite unusual. I hadn't heard that for a while. Now, I heard that after the pandemic, and in fact, there have been studies say the same thing, that the worst ones are the ones over 40 years of age. Is that true? The people over the age of 40, are they the worst ones with regard to drink driving? Yes, that is true. And you were talking about how we should all have refresher courses for driving every X number of years. Yes, we should all do that. We give talks in companies, in fact, and we generally talk to older adults who have been driving for many, many years, and you tell them about the seatbelt, and they go, "What, really? You don't really put a seatbelt on, do you?" So obviously we can't be repeating the same message day after day because people would just get bored. But every now and then, I think we should all have a refresher course, driving courses. What to do in an emergency situation, for example. We've got the new cars now with these very advanced systems. We all know how to use them, but I don't know. Maybe I need to go on a refresher course if I'm buying a really new, up-to-date, snazzy, super modern car. And the media, you mentioned the media. They're like a loudspeaker, right? How can you get them on your side so that they can avoid sensationalism? Because they could, tell the story with a lot of bias, right? Well, we have to work on that. We also ourselves have to focus on the positive side of things, etc. But we really need to work on it. We can't just stay on the surface of things. Sometimes you just have to stick salt in the wound and that seems to get a reaction. That's all well and good, but you need to go one step further. Now, you're a psychologist, right? You're a professional psychologist. When you work with someone who has had a road traffic accident, does it help to have gone through the same experience? Well, actually, if you look at it, it does help. If you have you're faced with someone who's gone through the same experience as you, then it really does help people because they go, right, well, the person I'm looking at, they've overcome the situation, they've rebuilt their life, well, I can as well. Yes, of course it helps. Generally, it's the family members that I tend to treat, and I often treat the parents of children who have had road traffic accidents or parents of young children who have died, and the parents need some kind of psychological support, and I often work with the parents. I do work with victims themselves often, but I work with secondary victims, often parents of young people who have passed away or have died, lost their lives as a result of a road traffic accident. The most of my patients actually are parents. So thank you very much.
Bueno.
No, me tiro.
Lo que nos ha dejado para pensar, ¿eh?
I think she's given us a lot of food for thought. A lot of food for thought. Talking of food. Oh, that was a bit of a noise there. So it's time to have lunch. We need to come back at 2 o'clock. And we're going to go on a trip around Europe after lunch. So enjoy your lunch and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock.
y a. Y yo entiendo que ahí te estoy, voy a mutear aquí, ahí te estoy enviando, ¿verdad? Y, a.
Já sou ciclista, é uma atividade que nós desenvolvemos com o foco. Mini fiscal foi basicamente. De ensinar as crianças da cidade de Lisboa a andarem de bicicleta. Nós percebemos que ainda havia muitas crianças que não sabiam andar e as que sabem, por norma, não cumprem regras. É uma idade que eles ainda podem circular no passeio,
Vale. Bueno, continuamos con el último tramo en el que vamos a poder seguir aprendiendo.
Vamos a seguir leyendo sobre prácticas de formación y educación en seguridad vial por toda Europa. Vamos a recomenzar en Irlanda, un país que nos muestra el camino en seguridad vial. Vamos a hablar con Ellis McDonagh, que es responsable de promoción de la seguridad vial en Road Safety Authority de Irlanda. Hablando de cambio y de futuro, aquí tenemos a Ellis. Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todo el mundo. En primer lugar, muchísimas gracias al Gobierno, a las autoridades de Navarra por estar aquí también, a Antonio, a nuestros colegas y a la Fundación MAFRE. Es un placer trabajar siempre con vosotras y con vosotros. Vamos a dar un poquito de contexto. Trabajo para la Autoridad Vial, de Seguridad Vial, en Irlanda, y somos responsables también de las cuestiones educativas y de formación. Y bueno, todo lo que tiene que ver con permisos, carnés, etcétera, etcétera, también tenemos todas esas responsabilidades. Y también somos responsables de la parte formativa e informativa y de comunicación. Y bueno, pues trabajamos en nuestra estrategia como gobierno junto al resto de ramas administrativas para lograr cero accidentes, una seguridad total. Somos, por tanto, un pilar importante de la estrategia gubernamental para ello. Y bueno, pues yo he trabajado en esta organización desde el año 2008 y específicamente me pasé en el año 2012, es decir, he estado en los últimos 13 años trabajando en torno a lo que es la seguridad vial. Y bueno, pues nuestro enfoque es de la cuna a la tumba, es decir, que trabajamos desde con bebés hasta con adultos mayores y adultas mayores. Y bueno, este es el programa de transición, el año de transición. Y bueno, pues es Caroline McKell, mi colega, quien ideó esto. La voy a mencionar varias veces porque ha sido responsable del éxito de este programa. Fue profesora, pedagoga en diferentes temáticas, en educación profesional. Y bueno, pues volvió a dar clase durante 2 años, así que es una persona que como pedagoga, como docente, tenía la perspectiva necesaria. Y de hecho, fue la cliente final, por así decirlo, porque utilizó este mismo programa cuando volvió a la docencia. También quería referirme a mi jefe Chris, a Regina y al resto de colegas que forman parte de mi equipo. Quería mencionarles aquí por hablar de contexto. La transición, el año de transición tiene lugar entre los 15 y los 16 años de edad, es decir, cuando están en el instituto. Tienen sus diferentes exámenes y tras estos exámenes pasan al año de transición que llamamos. Tras ese año de transición, es como el antiguo pre o el antiguo co en España, pasarían a la universidad. No forma parte de la enseñanza secundaria obligatoria, aunque en algunas escuelas sí lo sería. Y tenemos aquí ahora mismo, en Irlanda, 60.000 estudiantes en este año de transición. ¿Por qué quisimos desarrollar este programa específicamente? Es bueno, pues para aprender de esos exámenes. Es un año
And I've this in here, but just to give you an idea.
Un año donde no hay exámenes, por tanto tenemos tiempo para hacerlo. Tenemos 730 escuelas postprimarias, secundarias por así decirlo, en Irlanda. Es un año, como digo, sin exámenes. El año pasado
and get it into schools. And we were set a target of 30 to 40 schools to introduce the programme into last September, so September 2024. So where did we start? Well, at the time, post-COVID, Ireland did see an increase in deaths on our roads and serious injuries, unfortunately. And a lot of those were with young people. We, in fact, seen a high volume of multiple vehicle collisions involving young people. So the ministerial commitment came quite quickly with that we did need a new programme into school. And I say a new programme because we did have an existing programme in schools. However, the uptake for that had been reducing. And the reason being was it was 31 lessons of road safety, which is quite ambitious for a teacher to deliver. And I must always say, with teachers, in Ireland we say and I just learned this recently, in Ireland we say in primary school teachers love their students. In post-primary, teachers love their subjects. So when it comes to road safety and it's not their subject, it's so important that we give them what they need to know to be competent in their subject. So we started firstly, the education consultant is Caroline that I have mentioned. We started first with the focus groups with teachers and students, and this really informed us of what they wanted in a programme. So we did it with teachers that had been delivering the current programme and teachers that had never delivered road safety. And same for the students. And that was to tell us what they wanted or what they felt worked in other type of programmes that wasn't road safety but was working in schools. We looked at international research and best practice, and I have to call out the Learn project there in relation to best practice because, as I just said to Frank, we used all the resources but we never told them. So thank you to all the team that are involved with that because it played an important part for us in developing the new programme. We looked at the existing transition year programme, and then we had stakeholder consultation with the Department of Education and the Department of Transport. I've also worked on other programmes with the Guards and emergency services. So because we had a short time frame to do this, we hadn't time for working groups, but I know from experience in working with them the key attributes they wanted to add to it. So what did the focus groups tell us? So it gave us an idea from students' perspective. They wanted engaging, varied, collaborative and enthusiastic and engaged teachers, which is very important, and we'll see that come through in the evaluation part. But the professional learning that we deliver to teachers looks after that to ensure. From a teacher's perspective, they wanted active learning, novel focus, varied learning, and a clear target at the end. They wanted students to feel they had completed something or that it was preparing them for something. So the programme itself prepares young people for the driver theory test, which they can sit at 16 years of age in Ireland. So when they are doing transition year, they actually can do their driver theory test. So we listened to them, but what did we want out of it as well? And I think that's a key important piece. Obviously, we wanted to give them the knowledge so that they can be safer road users. But another piece we thought was very important is that it was teacher-friendly. Teacher could take the resource and deliver it, because that would make it more attractive to deliver. It had to be student-friendly, that students wanted to engage in this programme. Positive learning, and what I say here is positive learning. Sometimes, and I don't know if this is just in Ireland or not, we feel the scaremongering works with them, just hit them with the hard stuff and that's it. But it's so important, if we want them to be safe road users, we have to educate them on how to be safe road users if we expect them to do what we want them to do. So it's a very positive programme in doing that. And I say a programme for everyone because we know from males they don't like to be told there's a higher expectancy of them to be killed in a collision. So we don't mention that anywhere throughout the programme. So it's a general programme for boys and girls, males, females in the classroom. There's no letting the guys know that they're at higher risk. We've steered away from that at the moment. So what is Road Safety Matters? It's a teacher-led road safety programme aimed at TY students to help them develop the knowledge, skills, values and depositions to become safe road users. So we look to let them learn how everyone shares the road and how they have a personal responsibility to remain a safe road user. And again, I just want you to remember that little piece on the personal responsibility, because we'll see that come through hopefully later in the evaluation. So at the time, we were informed by the Minister that we were to develop 10 units specifically of road safety. So the previous programme had over 30 lessons, but now we had to condense that and have 10 units. So we had a lot of hopes and dreams, changing things around and looking to how we would do this. So we set out the 10 lessons as follows. Setting the scene is number 1. And that's a gradual lesson for teachers. So it's a kind of an easy lesson. Let's talk about road safety. So it opens up the discussion about road safety. It's not hard. This is their first time delivering this exercise, so it's not fully intense. We then move to learning to drive. So we know they want to do this. This came through in the focus groups. They don't talk about being pedestrians. They don't talk about being cyclists. When they say here road safety, they talk about being drivers. So we knew if we put this in here at the top, we had them. They were engaged. They wanted to learn about this subject. Components of a car. Funny enough, girls in the focus group really said, I should really know about the car I'm going to drive. So we felt this was an important feature because we should know about the car that we're going to be driving. We then look at speed, alcohol, drugs, distractions, seatbelts. The same killer behaviours we're all struggling with to try and get behaviour change in. And then we look at our vulnerable road users. Now, what I'll say here is, and it's one question I'll get often at the beginning of our professional learning with teachers is, but they are vulnerable road users, so why not introduce that first? So what we've done is we've put it in last, but we very cleverly have brought in that for each bit of discussion on the killer behaviours, we bring in a vulnerable road user. So if you're a young learner driver, if you're speeding and you meet a pedestrian on a rural road, what will happen? And it really gets them to think. Likewise, an e-scooter user meeting one of them on the road. So you're now this vulnerable driver, but you're going to meet the vulnerable road user. So it's just to give you an idea how they don't engage with the vulnerable road user stuff as much, but actually, if you bring it in with the behaviours, it works a lot better. It gets them thinking. So they're consistently flipping their role between a driver and a vulnerable road user. And last and not least, the assessment and celebration. As well as that, what I'll say here is we've brought the theory test questions in between units 2 and 9, and that's because we know it'll prepare them for the theory test and back to the teachers saying they wanted them to have an end goal. We've been very lucky, I suppose, with this programme because we have received funding from an insurance body in Ireland. But we have a digital pack with these resources, but we actually have physical packs where the teacher gets a printed booklet, but also each student that participates in the programme gets a printed booklet to write their learning in and do some exercises in. So let's look at the methodologies. They've said they wanted a really good, engaging programme. So at the beginning of each lesson, we start with an anticipation exercise, and that's specifically just 5 questions with true and false on one side and true and false on the other side. So they do it pre-lesson, gets the teacher into the classroom, take out your books, let's do your anticipation exercise. She can just have a quick glance at what she's going to do again. They're doing some work. So then she gets an idea of what their knowledge is on that topic. Then they will do different things, some discussions, some learning. She'll go through different topics with them. And then post-lesson, they'll do the anticipation exercise again to see it for themselves if there was variances. So that's just an example of a methodology that's used consistently in the programme and works really well for teachers. Then throughout, we've different methodologies used. We've the walk and debate. So in Ireland, we're having great fun with this because we're currently reducing our speed limits. So an example of this is if you agree that we should reduce our speed limits, go to this side of the room. And if you don't agree, go this side of the room. But they have to have a rationale for why they agree or don't disagree. I'd hope us all in this room would all go to the one side of the room if we were asked that question. So other examples are the wordle exercise, discussion, true-false statements, beer, drug goggles. They have gone down exceptionally well, and videos. And at the end, then, we have the creative. So the creative is where they do something, an activity. There's an example there in relation to one we've in the speed exercise. Or another example that we use in the components of a car one is to go out to the car outside in the school and check the teacher's tyres with the tyre depth gauge to see if they're to the legal requirement. The action piece is the theory test questions, and these are actually in their booklets that they can go in and answer, and then to reflect, because reflection is really, really important for them to point out what they have learned. So to train up the teachers, we did in-person training. And to do that, Caroline and I delivered it across the country in 26 locations. And that really gives the teachers the knowledge they need to deliver the programme, because as I mentioned earlier, they like to be experts in their subject. As well as that, when they come to the training, they get this lovely pack in the photo with the stacking cups, the ball, the beer goggles. So they're activities they can do with the drink and drug goggles. They also get a copy of the rules of the road, the theory test booklet, the tyre depth gauge, meter stick, poster. They also get a digital pack that contains the booklets, but also supporting PowerPoints. And we have an additional lesson put in just recently on tractor safety, because teachers have asked for that. So that's just an example of what teachers get when they come to professional learning. It's a full-on day, 9:30 in the morning till 3:30 in the evening. So last year we were tasked with 30 to 40 schools. That was our target, and we were very lucky that we actually in the end trained up 236 teachers from 211 post-primary schools. However, we've just completed training in September and October time, and we now currently have 380 schools in Ireland delivering this new road safety programme. So there's 730 post-primary schools in Ireland, so we've over half the schools in a year delivering road safety education. And we will be pushing to get the remaining schools out. We've 464 teachers, and the reason we've more teachers than schools is some schools that have high volume of students send a number of teachers to the training. At the moment, this isn't an exact figure, but this is the number of student booklets I've issued for this year alone. So it doesn't include last year. Last year we had about 11,000 participate in the programme student-wise. This year I've issued out 27,378. So again, bear in mind there's 60,000 transition year students in Ireland. And that's just, we've delivered it over 26 days. And our key audience targeting it is principals, TY coordinators and TY teachers. So after the professional learning, well, we always wanted to know, are we doing it right, or what could we learn? Because we very much went into this, we hadn't done it before. So I just created a Microsoft form to send to teachers the minute professional learning ends. I send them the digital pack, and then I send them a link to fill in. So this is some of the examples of what's come in. So this is just me gathering details from teachers. But it worked because both of us were professionals. I suppose I've worked in road safety, but Caroline is a teacher herself with great methodologies, and she also has worked in education for an extremely long time. They liked the resources, they liked that it was in person. So we haven't moved digital yet, we may in time, but they liked coming out and having a day out and getting a chance to talk to each other. They like the resources, simple but effective methodology. So they're just some of it, of what has come out. So now the real story of how well is it going down and how well is it working. And I suppose when it came to this part, I lost a lot of sleep hoping that we'd get good news. And thankfully we have. Like anything, there's always learning from any programme. But we did both quantitative and qualitative research. And we got that research done by an independent company. B&A Research is the company that did that for us. So in June, we issued out a survey to teachers to gather up some of the what's working, what's not working, some of their feedback after having delivered the programme. But just recently, at the end of September, early October, the independent research company did focus groups with students that had participated in the programme last year. So we could really find out, had they retained what they learned, and if they had, what did they retain? So thankfully, it's been good. In general, the feedback has been very positive. The students recalled interactive and group-based activities. They worked really well for them. Different feedback on different teacher styles. And then the physical materials, the workbooks, they really liked having a student logbook. They felt they owned the subject by having their own logbook. And interesting enough, students that had no engagement with logbooks recalled the least. So those that kinesthetically wrote out had remembered more and recalled more in relation to the learning. So I'm not going to go down through all of these, but I suppose when I look at it, we see speed, we see distractions, we see alcohol, we see casualties are preventable. There are some of the examples from the students themselves in what they remembered and them sharing with us of what's working. Another example here, and I mentioned it earlier, is we set out is for them to know that they have a personal responsibility. So a key thing there is the programme instills a strong sense of personal responsibility for the safety of themselves and others, attached to their roles as pedestrians, passengers, and future drivers. So while we didn't focus fully on the pedestrians, we did bring it in consistently throughout the programme, and it made them more aware of their role as a pedestrian and how to be a safer pedestrian. I think AirPods came up there and taking them out and the importance for listening to traffic. Another one here is the L plate and the drive and the temptation, resisting the temptation to drive unsupervised as a learner driver. And we have really set out as well in the programme to change the culture of that in Ireland. So to see that coming through is quite good. There are just some more words. I better keep an eye on the time because I think I'm gone over. But there are just some more key words that we've had. I'm going to share the presentation where you can see them. But it's the students themselves coming back with what they have. Teachers said it's one of the most successful and impactful TY programme, and that's because it's a ready-made programme. They have at hand what they need and the resources and lesson plans, and it has a good mixture of activities for the students. And one thing that came back is that they themselves, following the professional learning, said they need to change their behaviour. So I think it came up earlier in our previous presenter how important it is. Teachers are one group. We don't get to educate road safety when we're in with companies and different groups. So they themselves admitting that they needed to change their behaviour is great, I think, and very powerful to see coming through. So I won't run down through all of these, but I suppose if I was to ask me what worked well, and one thing I left out is when you're always looking at your slides and know that you have to hand them in, is the evaluation piece. That has been crucial to tell us. But you can see what has worked well. I suppose just quickly for the areas of improvement, components of a car, that's one area female teachers are struggling with. So we're going to change that around a little bit and have more creative videos maybe that are the system. They just don't feel as confident with that element of the programme. They've all asked for maybe a lesson and some policy on seatbelt wearing on buses, because in transition year they do a lot of trips, but they go onto the bus and don't wear their seatbelts. So they're looking for support in relation to that. And funnily enough, students look for more stats in the programme. So when I get back from this trip, that's one thing I have to focus on, is putting in the stats, because that's something they would like to know on. So I'll leave it at that. I could probably talk for another hour on the programme, but I think I've given you a general summary. But don't be ever afraid to reach out to me if I can help you in any way, or if you have any questions. My email is there, but I'll leave it at that. And thank you again, everyone.
Thank you very much, Elish. Is there any question? No? So we'll leave it here because we are running out of time. Thank you very much. So now, from Ireland, we are going to England. We are about to discover a London project that invites us to look at the school environment with new eyes. Sandra Akvaviaka, Principal Road Safety Officer, and Max Moorcock, Road Safety Officer, both from the London Borough of Hackney, will introduce us to the program Around My School I Found. This is going to be online, so hopefully we'll have them both there. Yes, I can see you, Sandra and Max. Welcome.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, everything is okay. So,
okay,
welcome
fantastic.
to Pamplona. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. We wish we could have been there in person, but they didn't allow to pay for the airfare. I'm really sorry about that. So we're going to go through this particular program. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for the invite and the opportunity of allowing us to share this particular session Around My School I Found, or AMSIF as we call it. This is one of the many progressive workshops that we provide that is delivered by the road safety team in Hackney, not by the teachers, to all the schools, starting from nursery and reception and up until the secondary schools. We want to show you the versatility of this workshop and how it can also be adapted in particular for neurodiverse and marginalised students. So Max will take the first session.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So just to outline the AMSIF program, as we call it, it is part of our cradle to grave approach to building on previous learning. That's, so we take a belief that we have to help, we're there to help everybody from the cradle to the grave. And obviously any program that we run is based on the other programs we run for younger students in the case of schools. And then is setting up children for future learning in years to come. This particular program is set to better prepare students who will be starting to travel without an adult. In the UK or in London, children can generally start walking to and from school in year 5, which is between 9 and 10 years of age. So this is what we aim at year 5 in this case. And the aim is to help the students understand how to manage their own safety. As the previous speaker spoke about, the getting that sense of personal responsibility when it comes to travelling, and not everything is someone else's fault. And within the programme, we introduced the concept of route planning and encouraged the students to plan ahead, which is key, using the tools that are available. So that may be Google Maps or anything else that they may have at their disposal. But we recognise that some students will have more access to resources than others, so we don't want to alienate anybody. And we support students' ability to travel using sustainable methods. So obviously we're talking predominantly about pedestrians, but we also talk about cycling and using other methods, and we then go on to, in future years, to explaining them about using other methods that they may or may not be able to use. And it's very key to us to link into what they call, part of our curriculum, which is called the Personal, Social, Health and Emotional, or PSHE for short, part of the curriculum. As some of you may know, the UK road safety education is not part of the national curriculum. It's not taught by teachers, not taught by schools, and there is no national standard for that. So we have to try and link what we're doing into other parts of the curriculum to make it more agreeable to allowing us time with their students. So in this one in particular, we use some maths. So we do look at graphs, we do look at data, and we also use geography. So we adapt this to the program into the school priorities, and it comes in a full fat version, which is 3 days of, so there'll be methodology, but there's also practical walks. and what we call a skinny version, which is a 45 to 60-minute version, which we can present quickly in a lesson in school, depending on how much time they have. And within the full VAT version, we have audits that provide not only education to the students about looking around the infrastructure around them that helps them stay safe, but also can provide feedback to us in the borough about what improvements need to be made. And then overall, of course, everything we do contributes towards London's Vision Zero targets, and we'll explain a little bit more about that when we come to evaluation. So first of all, we personalise these sessions. So one of the first things we do is we look at the area around that particular school, so they are tailor-made to each school that we visit, and we talk about the distance. So we look at, first of all, we look at a kilometre radius around the school and talking about how it only takes 10 minutes to walk that distance, and they can understand that most of them will live within that radius. We look at common Hackney map icons that they will encounter. This is part of the national curriculum at this in year 5, looking at map icons. And we also then use a map with those icons on it, but also we add to that local areas of interest and road safety infrastructure, such as zebra crossings and light controlled crossings. So we do take into account that we need to be talking to these children who live in an inner London borough about the reality of living in that borough rather than living in a perfect world, which we have to explain to them we don't. So we look at those things, and one other part of that is looking at roads around us and the fact that some of them are good, some of them have bad elements, but most of them are both. And there are things that we need to do to make those roads more palatable to be crossing at, what can make them safer and what we can do in order to ensure that. And then we also include seasonal messages. So sort of this time of year, we're looking at our Be Bright, Stay in Sight campaign. And we explain to the children it's not about wearing high vis. So we say, you don't have to be high vis, you just need to be vis. So a bit visible. So just something that will help maintain, allow other road users to be able to see you. And then, of course, we have our evaluation. Our in-class evaluation consists of some questions that we ask them at the beginning of the session and at the end of the session, whether that's the full fat or the skinny version. And then we evaluate how well they've picked up on the information provided. At the end, we have some pledges that we ask the children to adhere to help us work towards Vision Zero. And those are the things that we can take personal responsibility about. And then post-session, we send out evaluations to the teachers who then will give us information on that, which obviously then feeds back into how we deliver in future.
Okay, we'd like to share with you now a video. This video is being commissioned by us from a company called Mouth at Rose. And Mouth at Rose is a young people's rights media organisation which was set up nearly about 30 years ago and has the sole purpose of skilling marginalised young people in media. And this is a young lady who is neurodiverse, and it's her journey.
The minute I leave my house, the sound of the city is in my head. Loud motorbikes, sirens, beeping cars, exhausts, buses, people talking, hum of traffic, noise, noise, noise. Everything gets louder and louder and busier and busier. I wear my headphones to block out the noise. Finally, I make it to the zebra crossing. I step forward and backwards. Forwards and backwards. Not sure if someone's going to stop. I feel terrified. I can make it. If only everyone was a little calmer. all our days would be so much better.
Okay, so I think it's quite obvious from that particular film that we have to ensure that whatever sessions we do, we are inclusive in everything that we do. So the next part of this particular session, we're going to talk about how we've adapted our AMSIV program to independent travel training. This is for children with special educational needs. This is a more intense, resource-intense session, but we think it's, you know, a really, really good session. It helps the children to understand what it is they need to do and, you know, how they go about being more independent. And it's also for children that have maybe need a little bit more help when they're trying to be independent. So the session is a one-day session. We can obviously make it a little bit longer depending on you know, over a couple of days or 3 days, different periods, depending on the groups that we deal with. We normally have around about 30 children, possibly in the morning, and 30 children, possibly in the afternoon. We're talking about 9 to 10-year-olds, or even 10 to 11, or even older children as well. Those are our targets that we look at. So the groups are split into 2 groups eventually, but the first session that we have, it's a welcome session. And go back here. Okay. It's a welcome session, and we explain to them what we expect from them, how the day is going to be run, and you know what they are going to be doing. The group after that, it does a special workshop. We talk about the different crossing places, what's the good and the bad, and both concepts, as Max mentioned before, from the AMSIV program. And it's very important for children who are neurodiverse to be visually engaged and also physically. So we obviously have interactive and reactive group activities and feedback from the children themselves. The group is then split into 2 groups. We have one group that goes on the walkabout, as we call it, or the treasure hunt, and the other group is on the bus. Don't do it yet. And once completed, we then turn the children, we move them, swap them over to the 2 different groups. So when we're on the walkabout, it's a really good session to not only look at the environment that they're in, but also look at the different icons that they have to look for example, the bus stops, which buses are coming, where they're going to, the different times, looking at the underground or the overground, depending, you know, whereabouts they live, how they're going to be traveling and what they have to plan, what they have to do with their different cards, and you know where they need to go. Looking at the timetables is very important for the children as well. Also using the different crossing points and how they get across and the time that's allowed for them to get across. And then once they've finished the walkabout and they've looked at the treasure hunt, which is looking at the different aspects of what they need to find, they will swap them over to the bus. Now, it's really important, when I said before it's resource intense, we have to have, obviously, support from the local police, and they are there to talk to the children about personal safety and all sorts of different aspects. And also we have people from Transport for London who very kindly help us organise the buses, because this bus is only for the children on this particular day. And they are there with also the revenue inspectors, and they talk about how to use the actual cards that they have dedicated to them. Also, you know, what they need to do if there's maybe some unruly behaviour or somebody who is paying a little bit too much attention to them, how they can cope with that particular situation. And it's a really, really good practical scenario for the children. We have a lot of role playing in this as well. We have a few drunken, may I say, actors in this scene, though they're not really that drunk, but they are there to kind of like simulate the sessions and, you know, how the children can react. So, as I say, without the support from our actual stakeholders, it's very difficult for us to do this, but it's such a worthwhile session. And it's something that we find is really important to ensure not only do we provide the route planning and everything else around my School I Found program to all the state schools and all the private schools that we have within Hackney, but also have this dedicated program to children who have special educational needs, who need a little bit more help, and ensuring that they are independent as well. I'd like to share another video with you now, again produced by Mouth at Rosa, which these two videos, of course, we played during the session of the workshops. So I think that clearly shows what we'd like to demonstrate to the children and to the students that we're working with about distractions, and it's another piece that we use to kind of illustrate what the issues are and what they have to look out and how they cope with the actual road environment. So this was a very, 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 very quick run through, and we've only gone over a few minutes, so I hope we've recovered the time from before. And of course, if anybody needs any questions or would like to ask us any questions or any more information, and we're able to come to countries as well if you need us, we don't mind traveling, honestly, then please, by all means, do get in touch. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much. You are both invited. I don't know if there's a question. Is there? Definitely it's not a game. And the girl of the video said if everybody were a little bit calmer, but is there any hope or not?
We keep trying. We keep trying.
That's what we can do. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Come here to see us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we continue, and now we are going to Portugal again and discover Pela Cidade Fora. Yes, it's a project whose main goal is to educate young people about sustainable mobility and to encourage them to be more responsible in their use of public scene. Joana Cascais de Freitas is manager of ML in Lisbon, Portugal, and she knows everything about this project, and we want to know about it. Thank you very much.
Well, hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joana Freitas. I come from Lisbon, Portugal. Thank you for having me here. It's a really big privilege to be here representing my company and our project. It's my first time speaking for a large audience in a language other than Portuguese, so please excuse me if I make any mistakes. I will try to do my best. I'm here, well, I work for ML. That's the name of the company down there. ML is Lisbon's municipality mobility company. And ML, with the city council, created Pela Cidade Fora in 2016. I forgot to say that ML is owned by the city council, so we had to create it along with them. I'm here today to present you this project. Pela Cidade Fora is an educational project, like was already told, focused on mobility education and was created by ML. It aims to inspire the young generations about sustainable mobility and accessibility issues. Our main goal, I'm forgetting to. Okay. Well, our main goal is to educate children to be more aware and responsible in public spaces, influencing families and communities through them. In a rough translation to English, Pela Cidade Fora means something like across the city. And the name was chosen because that's exactly what we do every day. We go across the city teaching mobility in every Lisbon school. We started small back in 2016 with only 4 books and 6 practical activities. We launched our website, which is where schools can register and schedule their activities, and a newsletter, and started to work. Thankfully, we were very well received by the educational community, and soon schools started to register. By the end of 2016, we had done around 100 activities in around 30 schools. But we wanted to go further, so every year we grow a bit, and today, Pela Cidade Fora consists of 8 books, 12 practical activities, and 6 art projects. The book collection is composed by 8 stories written by renowned Portuguese authors for 4 different age groups. All of them have the theme of mobility. They are distributed free to schools upon request, and along with the books, we also provide an exploratory guide so teachers can use it to work the books in the classroom. The activities, we have 12 different activities, as I have already said. They are tailored for different age groups. Through these activities, we intend to teach what mobility means, how to move around safely, sustainable choices, and the respect for others' mobility. All delivered in a fun and engaging way. Fun is a key factor in our activities, because we believe that if they learn while they're playing, the knowledge will endure and it will stick a memory. So, in this next table, you can see that every activity is designed for a different age group or educational cycle. They go from very basic teaching on how to walk safely across the city, to teaching them how to ride a bicycle, how to use public transports, how to read maps and explore the city, into games, quizzes, and trivias. As you can see, the first cycle, ages 6 to 9, is the age group where we have the most activities, because this is the age where they get where they can get more easily engaged with these issues, and it's easier to catch their attention and make them really interact with us. Well, as an example of what we do, I've brought 2 small videos. I don't know if we can play them now.
Já Sou Ciclista é uma atividade que nós desenvolvemos com o foco de ensinar as crianças da cidade de Lisboa a andarem de bicicleta. Nós percebemos que ainda havia muitas crianças que não sabiam andar e as que sabem, por norma, não cumprem regras. É uma idade que eles ainda podem circular no passeio, mas nós achamos que é importante dar-lhes já as bases dos sinais de trânsito, das regras de circulação na estrada e de regras de segurança. É uma atividade que nós já fazemos há alguns anos, tem corrido bastante bem. Temos muitas crianças que aprenderam a andar de bicicleta connosco e isso é sempre uma coisa que nos deixa de coração cheio. E pronto, e esperemos que eles depois sejam ciclistas mais conscientes e mais seguros tenhamos menos risco de acidentes em Lisboa por causa disso.
Olá, eu sou a Sofia, sou promotora da Pela Cidade de Fora, da EMEL. Hoje estamos aqui na Serafina, onde ensinamos crianças a andar de bicicleta, como também ensinamos os sinais de trânsito e como circular de forma correta, tanto na rua como pelas ciclovias. É um trabalho que não só cria consciência às crianças, como também os ajudamos a andar de bicicleta.
Well, we can play the next one straight ahead.
Mini fiscal foi basicamente do mini fiscal que nasceu toda a ideia do projeto Pela Cidade de Fora. No mini fiscal o que nós fazemos é ensinar às crianças quais são as situações de estacionamento que interferem com a mobilidade das outras pessoas. Desde estacionamentos em segunda fila, estacionamentos no passeio, nas passadeiras, lugares deficientes, lugares de cargas e descargas, explicar-lhes a importância de não estacionar nesses locais e porque é que quando o fazemos isso está a interferir com a mobilidade dos outros. Para que a atividade seja mais dinâmica e seja engraçada para eles, o que nós fazemos é dividi-los em grupos, eles levam todos uma t-shirt Pela Cidade de Fora e um boné e um bloco de mini multas, como nós chamamos, que no fundo são desenhos pedagógicos com mensagens descritas por crianças e alusivas à situação, do género o meu pai hoje queria-me levar à escola, o seu carro estava à porta da garagem e saímos atrasados, qualquer coisa assim deste género. E eles andam na rua, são eles que identificam as situações e colocam os papelinhos nos carros que encontram que estão efetivamente em situação irregular.
Chamo-me Catarina, tenho 9 anos e hoje sou uma mini fiscal. Se pode estacionar nas curvas, por isso damos esta multa.
Well, I hope you could get a little bit of what we do through these videos. As you could see in the first video, all of our activities start with a small theoretical presentation where we explain to children who we are, what we do, and what are the main goals for that activity. We also explain the concepts we are going to work with them in that activity, and we answer any doubts they may have. After that, the fun begins. And the fun is the part where we evaluate if they have achieved, if they have learned something from the first presentation we've done. Because the fun part is the part in the street or on the game or on the bicycle, when we evaluate if they have, sorry, I'm missing the word, if they have learned what we have talked before. As shown on the first video, every bicycle activity takes place in a circuit owned by the City Council that simulates a real road but has no traffic or no danger because we are working with very small children, first cycle, so we want to keep them safe. The remaining activities take place, some of them inside the school, when there are games, quizzes, trivias, or arts and crafts. Around the school, when it's small children, and all we want is for them to learn how to move around safely. And across the city, when there are older children and we want them to learn a bit more. Sorry. The art projects, they were created during the pandemic because in a time where we couldn't be physically present, we didn't want children to stop talking about mobility or learning about mobility. So we developed these projects that are designed for classroom use without the need of physical presence. They were very well received by the teachers and are still used for project-based learning. They also vary from age, and they go from creative drawing to the smaller children into arts and crafts, comic strip creation, making a presentation, creative writing, and video making for the older ones, all with a theme of mobility. Like in a video making, what we suggest is for them to make a video about what is around their house or their school in terms of mobility or traffic safety that isn't okay and how it should be changed. In the end, they deliver the materials. Mostly it occurs first period and second period, they deliver the materials they've made, and on the third period, we give them our feedback. Well, we have different learning goals for every age. So in preschool, we want them to have a first contact with mobility, to understand what mobility means, to recognize traffic signs, and we do it through an activity that's really fun because we present them the different traffic signs that there are. So if it's a blue square, it's an information sign. If it's a round blue circle, it's an obligation sign. And if it's a red circle, it's a prohibition. And then we propose that they create signs that can be used in the house or in the school of obligations, prohibitions, or informations. And they really come up with very funny ideas. And we want them to learn also how to walk the streets safely. So we do this through games, through walkabouts, and arts and crafts activities. In the second cycle, we introduced the concept of sustainable mobility. We teach them how to ride a bicycle, and we want them to acknowledge the importance of respecting other people's mobility. So when your actions really interfere with the mobility of others, and you should act differently. We do this through physical activities, games, and the use of public transports. In the third cycle, they are getting older and more aware. So we make them explore the city. We deepen their knowledge in mobility, and we reinforce the commitment with traffic and safety rules. Because on the third cycle, they already go to school cycling, they already use the street, not the sidewalk. So it's quite important if they know traffic and safety rules. In the secondary, we expect them to be able to understand the impact of mobility choices in the city life, to show some environmental awareness, and to be conscious on safety rules when riding bicycles or scooters, especially not going 2 or 3 in the same bicycle or the same scooter. What we've done since 2016 until last month, we have done 1,328 activities in 61 schools with 31,340 students in 20 different parishes. Just last school year, we had 250 activities in 57 schools, working with 5,200 students in 18 parishes. It doesn't seem much, but we're a team of 3, and every activity we are there, so it's quite a lot for us. But besides this, we also need to know if what we're doing is working and it's well done. So at the end of every activity, we send an evaluation form to the teachers, and well, the feedback has been really good. We have an average rate of 9.5 out of 10, but I believe there's still room for improvement, and we try doing it every day. In additional information, all Lisbon schools, public or private, can register and schedule activities with us. All activities are free. We pay for transports, monitors, and all materials used. All our materials are developed in-house, content and graphic design. As a plus, EML organizes holiday camps for workers' children with our team. And we also collaborate with the City Council and local parishes on different types of events. Here you can see an example of the materials we use. They all have our image and can easily be identified with the project. In this picture, it's the floor games we developed. Those floor games have a table game version, so every time we visit a classroom, we can leave one for them to keep playing. So, as you can imagine, it hasn't always been easy. Sometimes we have to make a double effort to reach schools, students, and families. But we've been able to do so, and through our work, we hope we can change mentalities and really make a difference. We would like to see society recognize the importance of mobility education. So as I told you, we are a very small team, but with a very big desire to make a difference. That's what moves us every day. Thank you so much. If you'd like to know more, you can visit our website, although it's in Portuguese. I hope you can see, I hope we can have an English version soon. But anyway, there's a lot of information visual, there's a lot of videos, things you can see and learn a little bit more about our project. Thank you.
This is a good time to learn Portuguese. So, is any question for her, for Joanna? Just one. Are kids and teenagers more conscious of sustainable mobility than adults or that we were at their age, or not?
I think they are, much more. I have an example at home. My youngest kid is 20, and he doesn't have a driver's license yet because he says he doesn't need one. Okay. He walks around, he uses a bicycle, and he uses public transport. That's why I'm going to pollute
There's
the
no
planet
need.
if I don't need. No. So yes, I think the younger generation is more conscious about sustainable mobility. Yeah.
Okay, there's a change.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's make all the efforts to have this change done. Thank you very much, Joanna. ¿La aplaudimos o qué? Sí, ¿no? Ya que estamos.
Round of applause, please.
Gracias. Venga, siguiente charla que nos llega también de manera.
And now, the next talk is also online. We're going to continue to learn English.
People in designing their own road safety. The way they see the world has so much to contribute. That's why we have set our sights on Slovenia to learn from an experience that David Razboksek, director of VORZIN, the Institute for Innovative Education in Slovenia, is going to share with us. So, David, welcome. Are you there? Thank you very much. Over to you. Could you please switch on the micro? Yeah. Okay, let's see. It doesn't work. No, we can listen to you now. I think the micro is not working. Microphone.
Okay, now probably we hear each other, don't we? Okay, one more. Please let me know if you can hear it. Okay.
We can see.
Okay. Thank you. Buenos días, me llamo David, pero es todo.
My name is David, and that's all the Spanish that I know.
Big greetings from Slovenia. My colleague from the Triglav insurance company, Ana Cergol-Kebrer, was supposed to be here, but she had some health problems in the family. So she's saying hi to you and sorry for not being able. Basically, who we are and who joined the forces to tackle the problems of e-scooters and micromobility safety. On one side, the biggest Slovenian insurance company. It's called insurance company Triglav. And on the other side, the NGO, Zavod Vozim, that I'm part of. We are the organization that believes in delivers change. We cover almost half of the Slovenian high school populations with different road safety programs. and we are also an Excellence in Road Safety winner and European Road Safety Charter coordinator. So what was the problem that we started to tackle almost 3 years ago? We figure out that young people in micromobility are not superheroes, despite they think so. The research company, the Trilao insurance company, founded the research among 800 e-bikers and e-scooters users in Slovenia, and they figure out that 2/3 of e-scooter drivers already had an accident, and 80% of e-scooter riders and more than 70% of e-cyclists are mostly afraid of being overlooked by a driver of a large vehicle. These were like two biggest starting points. And also on the field research, we figure out that 80% of the cases that person involved while riding an e-scooter is under 16 years old, and 53% of all injured person in e-scooter accidents were children and adolescents under the age of 18. So this was basically the starting point and also the defining target groups. For example, this is our capital city in Ljubljana and their biggest hospital in Ljubljana. This is how the e-scooter accidents were growing year by year till the year 2022 when we started. And when we talked to their trauma, they sort of described the persona that people that are working on a trauma as a typical e-scooter crash victims. They were mostly males, mostly high school students wearing no helmets, driving 2 or more people on the e-scooters. And as the trauma doctor said, they always thought that they could not, the accidents could not happen to them as they are young and sportive and so on. So we said, okay, on one side, we have a young people, they're not listening at all, despite we are keep talking to them on the field of road safety and also other stuff. And we figured out, okay, if we want to do something with youth, we for sure need to include them in the making of the process. So nothing for youth without the youth. And we started the youth engagement process on one side that delivers the national awareness raising campaign that was done from the scratch, from the idea to the execution, all by young people, as you'll see, and was mentored by our side. And on the other side, we did a holistic preventive approach, including insurance company, universities, NGOs, and combine it together with the workshops and interventions for young people as they will be presented. And on the other side, national event and also the advocacy campaign. We went to the University of Ljubljana and we started with a course called New Product Development. And they were one semester, that is 3 months. Young people were doing 6 different groups, how they think we should tackle the e-scooter safety. And a lot of good holistic approaches came out. And we use one of that idea that was done by the student, and that as a prototype of safe e-scooter. They said, okay, we figure out that there's a problem of distraction. So they said that their idea was, what if we built an e-scooter that people who use it need to have both hands on the wheel. So both hands there, and otherwise it does not drive. And we took that idea and basically put it into action with other high school. And there were more than altogether 100 people working on that prototype, taking existing e-scooter. And what was mostly used was that this e-scooter as a prototype was all young people involved was also used as a marketing tool so that the people And young people were talking to other young people through the media and social media. So how and why that is a problem and how it should be tackled. And everything was launched as a communication in the one event, basically putting different young people into the perspective what they've been working on for 3 months as a prototype, and on the other side as an intervention. And this, on one side, awareness raising was combined with different on-field interventions for safer micromobility, where we figure out that basically in the traffic, and especially in the urban traffic, we don't see each other. And we do not only that we don't see each other on a night or in the cloudy weather, but we don't see each other even on the sunniest, the most beautiful day. Why? Because we are sometimes distracted by other thoughts, phones, and so on. So this is how it started, the micromobility crossroad by Zavarovanitsa Triglav. And it was an interactive world pop-up that teaches young users how to safely navigate shared spaces where e-scooters, cyclists, pedestrian, and cars are intersected. I will show you a short video because this mobility crossroad was done over different parts in Slovenia. On one side, raising awareness, and on other side, also as a research project, because there were researchers figuring out how we are using these spaces and this crossroad on before and after the intervention. And here is a short video about it. Let me see where we are. I think to the... Okay. And these micromobility crossroads that were 10 of done in different areas in Slovenia. It was connected with the workshops with e-scooter simulators, especially for the primary school. And these are multi-interventions that are basically from 12 to 14 years old. Primary school children are the target group, and they are combined with the system that we have in Slovenia. If you want to have a bicycle license, that you go over to some process, and we added this to the existing system, and we targeted and focused on e-scooter. There are up to 3 interventions, and they're up to 8 hours. And what is also is that on one side, we have a gamification tool that is called an e-scooter simulator, what youngsters love because they're always love the games. And it's a simulator of different situations in the traffic that they can occur and how they need to respond, as braking, as slowing down, and so on. But at the same time, we use the data from insurance company, Triglav, that are basically the data of the app that most people use while gaining benefits, and we use those data through interface so that young people can see what is happening around in the schools where they live, and how where most of the accidents occur. So basically they take the data, take a look at what's happening around their schools, around their cities, find the points where there are more accidents, and we also raise them as youth advocates. They propose what they think needs to be done to have safer roads around. So basically it's a program that was already done, two types of evaluation. One is process evaluation of this program that was done by the National Institute of Public Health. It is called basically the intervention on the field of process intervention, how we are dealing and how are the how it's effective, the health and the public health, and of course the road safety. Other evaluation in evidence-based attitude change, and what we are this is pre and after the mobility crossroads that we've seen in the workshops that they did. And what we are doing at the moment is also a long-term behavioral change evaluation that is in the making through the driver's behavior questionnaire. And can wait to get those data to see what if and what are the impacts, and of course what we need to change. On other side, different groups of young people that I mentioned at the beginning that were students that presented the prototype of e-scooter. Also one of the group did a campaign that was called "We've Mastered Excuses, Not Responsibility." And the campaign that "Don't Cruise Brainless, use your head." And there were different posters that was basically designed by, that were the idea got from the marketing agency that was supported by young people. So basically this was also part of the campaign. And once again, as you'll see, there were 6 videos made, and in all videos there were young people from the high schools involved in the making and also in the starring. So, for example, this is one.
O, fanta, živijo, živijo. Kaj pa, vidva dva na enem skiroju? V šolo ga peljem, ker zamuja. A res? Kaj pa, če zgubita ravnotežje in oba padeta, se kjer mu kaj zgodi, pa bo se oba zamudila? Kaj bo pol vajen izgovor? Ja, boma pa povedala, da nama je nekdo na kolesarsko skočil. Ja, pa ful težke torbe smo imela, pa smo zato zgubila ravnotežje. Pa še sonce naj je blešlo. Ne bluzite, če vidim, da nima doben torbe, pa še sonče očale imate, kaj? Ja, to imate pa res prav. Bomo zato šla naslednjič vsak s svojim skirojem. No, zato pa ne bluzi, z glavo kruzi. Pridruži se inicijativi za varno mikromobilnost.
And these are some of the youngsters that cooperated. On the second thing, we also did an event together with the Slovenian Traffic Safety Agency. You probably know at least 2 guys from here, Mr. Antonio Venoso and Sofia Vagnova from VIAS and from ETSC, and basically opened the discussion about the legislation and legislation that needs to be changed in the Slovenia at the same time. The results were, one side is awareness raising that was 270,000 people reached, but 128 actively involved young people through the campaign, through the prototype, and through the starring in these videos. And 1,100 people involved in these multi-activities workshops, and also other media publications, and of course some proposals. And for example, and the next, one more thing that we did this year, it will be just a short brief. Despite activities on the field and workshops and mobility crossroads are making progress, we said, okay, let's see each other. And we figure out that there's also a problem in how to be seen in the cities, and we use fashion as a tool for change. And we use cooperation once again with a faculty of fashion in Slovenia, and basically make safety fashionable, and young people will follow. And these were some ideas that were presented by young students of fashion design, and it was presented in the Ljubljana Fashion Week, the biggest fashion, and basically include them, and all major influencers share the awareness about that. And we help young people, young designers who are and becoming famous to spread the world about how fashion and being seen is important. For example, this is one short video about some of the creations that were presented.
Demos vida.
On one side, we think that being the lower you go on the ed scale, the more important it is to work through schools, through different organizations, and to work multidisciplinary and more interventions. But on the other side, when we talk about youth that basically more or less don't listen even more, but they don't need to listen, they just need to create. And we are, so that's how we are including them to be part of the movement about the safety and so on. So thank you very much. And questions and welcome.
Thank you, David. David, really interesting. Is there any comment, any question? Just one for them very quick because we have not much time. But David, how do you get to make the young people collaborate, work with you and with the idea?
Basically through high schools, as they have a lot of practical. For example, on one side it was economical faculty with new product development. On the other side it was a faculty of fashion. So basically they always need some sort of things to work on, and what they mostly love to work on are the social good campaigns. They much more like to sell, for example, or thinking about how to selling social good compared to, for example, washing powder and so on. So whenever you come with a social good themes, if it's ecology or road safety, they're always glad to cooperate. So basically we got them over faculty, over their professors, and that's the starting point.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing. So thank you. Next time here? Yeah. Next time here, presentially. I don't know where to go. Okay, go back. Pues ya iré yo a Eslovenia.
Okay, I will go to Slovenia then, or any other place. And now we will have Susana de la Antonia. We met her at the beginning. She's the chief of the Department of Road Security and Prevention for the Mafra Foundation. And we know this far that we need to invest on safe and security training. If we invest on that, we invest on the future. Let's learn about your commitment as a Mafra Foundation. Okay, I'll try to be brief and to the point. We will share two activities with you during today's presentation about two activities we are doing here in Spain and also in Brazil, so that you get to know us better. We are a non-lucrative association or entity that was founded a few decades ago. and we do culture as well as social. We have a museum in Recoletos, and we have a photography museum in Barcelona. We also do social work. We try to help the most vulnerable. We have also a health department in order to help people keep healthy habits, and also we do prevention and insurances. We have a presence taking all of those areas into account in more than 30 countries. But for road prevention and mobility, safe mobility, we're present in over 16 countries. It's over 4 million beneficiaries in all of our activities, and a total of 8,000 plus volunteers in 25 different countries as of last year. And very briefly, I will talk to you about the sustainable mobility caravan that we are doing here in Spain. It's part of the SDG planet. That's where we deal with safe and sustainable mobility and with preventing unwanted injuries. So let's delve directly into that activity. It's addressed to students between 8 and 12 years of age, their teachers and their families, which occasionally accompany them during these events. We try for all activities to be accessible to all, and we try for people who have different abilities or who are more vulnerable to be able to participate in this event. We try to get to places. We focus on places, on localities that are over or have over 50,000 inhabitants. And what do we do exactly? We have a caravan traveling all over Spain, going to the towns and cities, asking for us to be there. There is a theoretical part that is taught within the caravan, and another, a more practical one, on a track. And what do students have to do within the caravan? Well, it's an immersive activity. We're doing an escape room now. Students must solve several problems, several enigmas, or riddle.
Final. Una vez que ya
several puzzles, and once the theoretical part has been accomplished, we go to the mobility track that we've seen on the previous image. There, students learn to use their daily elements, such as
nosotros apoyamos esta
such as scooters or bicycles. We want them to be there and to participate, but we also want teachers to be involved. We have a teaching line that we facilitate, we give to teachers so they can use it in the classroom. We give them materials such as videos and others. All of those materials are available on our website, and they're free access. You can use them anytime. Once the activity has been completed, we keep learning out of this Learn project that we used to carry out activities more sparsely, and now we are doing more, and we do a previous and a previous evaluation and an evaluation after the completion of the activity. We have evaluated over 1,100 students, and we have had quite high notes. But all of this would make sense if we didn't disseminate it. It's not just about going to the schools and do the activities. We want also local authorities, public institutions to participate, because this actually helps us convey the message that road safety and road education is important. So we organize the activity, we do a press conference, we call the media, and we ask the local authorities to participate as well. It's an image here for you to see where we've been all through last year with this caravan initiative. Since the caravan is actually quite big, physically speaking, we cannot take it anywhere. So we actually go to some schools with workshops, and over 50,000 students have participated in our workshops in caravan. This is an idea of the activities that we carry out in Spain. And now I'd like to present to you another activity, one that we perform in Brazil. I'd like to look at Frank now. Maybe he can help us carry these over to some of the places in Latin America. And who is this program? Whom is this program addressed to? It's addressed to teachers, to primary school and secondary school students, and the role of the institutions is fundamental. As for the case of Brazil, it's a very complex context. We need to get very many authorities. We start by the federal, then go to the state, and finally we end up by the municipal authorizations. Road safety education is cross-cutting since 2017 in schools in Brazil. It's similar to what we have here in Spain. It must be dealt with through different subject matters. But it's a very long and tedious process. We need to have approval from the federal ministry. We have to sign an agreement. There is a long work behind our participation in the schools. Once we've gotten the approval, we invite the teachers to participate in our virtual campus in order to bring all of those matters to their classrooms. This program lasts for about 40 hours. For the teachers, it's not a short program at all. We give the teachers the necessary tools that they will need to do projects. We give them teaching materials suited to the different ages students participating in this initiative. Teachers can talk, can debate with each other, and there is an understanding that is created in the teaching community. This program will not be feasible if we didn't have the support to carry out these actions. As the teachers have been through that learning, a new stage comes up. They start working what they learned with their students within the classroom. We give them a form so that they can systematize the activities that they will carry out within the classroom. Those activities are very diverse. For example, they would call for a meeting with fellow teachers to find out about common problems. They might work with the music teacher doing a performance or, theater, music, about the problems they've been studying. So teachers can use all of that within the classroom as they please. Once they've systematized it all, we get the form from them, and we assess the projects. We assess their quality. We see whether this project can be multiplying so that their scope can be as large as possible. And finally, we do a national encounter. Last year, over 6,000 teachers participated there, and over 180,000 students actually participated overall in these projects and these initiatives. We must understand that in Brazil, the context is quite different. There are people who really do not value the work that teachers do in this respect. So bringing them to physically share a problem, an existing problem in the country, is quite interesting for them. We do a sort of contest. We choose the best projects, and we award some prizes. The awardees are not the teachers. The awards actually go to the schools. It was set, it was decided, the best thing for the project, for the initiatives was for the school to be awarded that. Since we're short on time, I will just go over these very quickly. I'll say that there are very many factors affecting the success, the possible success of the project. It's actually the social context that is very important. Also, having the collaboration of public entities and the collaboration and participation by all of the community. Our programs are by no means perfect. There's still a lot to do, but for example, what are the shortcomings? The samples might not be representative enough. There might be some external variables without control. There can be an insufficient follow-up or monitoring. Well, these are things that we should be improving upon, and we will. I'll say again that all of the teaching materials are free access and available on our webpage, and I remain here at your disposal in case you have any questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Susana, for being so concise in your presentation as well. It's very important to tailor everything, right, to get to know the country. Yes, exactly. Each culture is different. Brazil is a continent-sized country. Teaching in the rural areas is very different from teaching in the urban areas, so it's really important to know about the context. Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having told us about it. And now, since we're getting to the end of it, we now have the final conclusions, but before that, we have the final session. It's going to be an online one, and that's going to take us to Belgium again.
In Belgium, it's a questionnaire for secondary school students designed to listen to what they know and feel about road safety. This initiative is being shared with us from Belgium with Teresa de Vriek. She's project manager on traffic and mobility education at the Flemish Foundation for Traffic Knowledge in Flanders, Belgium. So thank you, Teresa, for joining us. And now the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. Can you hear me and see my screen? Because I'm not sure.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks for that confirmation. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresa de Vriek, and I work for the Flemish Foundation for Traffic Knowledge. As we have seen this morning, my colleague Werner, he already told you we try to guide people's traffic behavior in a good, positive direction and work on traffic safety in Flanders. And I will give you in the upcoming 15 minutes a bit insights and inspiration on a project we started with last year, which is targeted on secondary schools and young adults aged 12 till 18 years old, because that's also the target group I work on. And if we talk about young adults and secondary school pupils, we know they are frequently present in traffic. Young people start to use new modes of transportation. They start to travel independently, which is a very good cause. But we also, unfortunately, see a lot of traffic accidents with this age group. And that's why it remains important to highlight traffic and mobility education in these aging categories as well. But to limit the traffic accidents, there are, and highlight the traffic and mobility education, there are some challenges we have to occur with. When we zoom into secondary education in Flanders, there are a lot of challenges that comes together with that. So first of all, there are a lot of social topics to work on. In secondary education, topics such as digital and cyber safety, but also sexual education or projects on sustainability. And so is traffic and mobility education also one of these social topics. That's a first challenge. A second one is that it's not embedded in the curriculum in secondary education in Flanders, so there is no such specific course as traffic or mobility education. And together with that, it comes that there is also no specific responsible teacher. So it can be, traffic education can be promoted over different specific courses, or it can be coordinated on school level, but there's no specific responsible teacher to address, and that these challenges came together. That it's not that easy to implement traffic and mobility education in secondary education. So we came up with the idea to set up a project which is limited in time because of the lot of social topics that has to be included in the curriculum. So the project we started with is less time consuming. It has a whole school approach. We want to create awareness in the whole school. We also want to create something which is helpful for teachers and school staff and is not considered as extra workload. So the project we set up helps the whole school and makes it easy for teachers and school staff. And last but not least, we want to create something which is easy and fun to participate in. And that's why we created a quiz concept based on a traffic safety quiz concept we already yearly organize in Belgium to encourage traffic safety among all adult road users. But we decided to make a translation specific for young adults in secondary education. By targeting the whole school, make it easy for teachers and school staff and make it easy and fun for the young adults. We would like to reach also a bigger picture, that the aim to bring traffic education in the school program by a short and easy quiz, but we were convinced that it will also increase the likelihood that schools will build in time and space for traffic education at other times and in other forms of the year as well. And that leads us to the traffic safety quiz for secondary schools, which is an online quiz and contains of 10 multiple choice questions, specifically targeted on difficulties young adults have to occur with in traffic.
So, excuse me, but we can't see your presentation. Can you please share your presentation?
Yeah, I thought I was presenting, but I will try it again. And then
Yeah.
maybe if I do it this way, my screen will follow. Does it works now?
No. Now, I think. You have to play the presentation. Okay?
Yeah.
¿Dónde? PPT. Do you have a sign there that it's PPT?
Yeah. It's in PowerPoint.
It's there. Yeah. We can see now. I think it's now. Perfect. Thank you.
Can you see it if I put it on full screen mode too,
screen,
or do I just stay in this presentation mode? That's also a possibility.
Okay, like this is okay. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for interrupting me. I hope it's clear until now. So I was talking about the traffic safety quiz concept, which is an online quiz containing 10 multiple choice questions. All the schools who signed up were the score on the quiz and the amount of played quizzes in the school, resulting on a school ranking, which makes it a competitive element. And schools that are ranked the highest at the end of the quiz period got rewarded with beautiful prizes for students and for schools. By giving 10 multiple choice questions out of a question box, we try to put on the highlighted traffic rules young adults has to occur with, but also targeting on how to behave in traffic and how to have a safe attitude while using new transportation modes. The organization of this quiz, I would like to zoom in on that too as well. First of all, we have to pick a date or select a good period to organize this quiz. We choose to organize it at the end of April, at the end of the school year, but not during exam periods. Then secondly, we have to develop a quiz website and relevant quiz question. As I mentioned before, we zoom in or focusing on how to behave in traffic and also on improvement of the traffic safety rules. A third step of the organization is the promotion, and that's an important and time-consuming part of the project. It's the promotion of this quiz is carried out in two parts. On the one hand, we needed to convince the school staff and the teachers to sign up for the quiz and to promote the quiz amongst their students. But on the other hand, it's also important to make sure that the quiz is fun enough for young adults to participate in it. And to achieve this, we launched a large-scale online campaign using social media and a Flemish content creator to reach directly to the young adults as well, so they are motivated via the online campaign and the school staff which are promoting it as well. And the nice and attractive prizes can provide strong motivations for school staff, but also for students to participate in the quiz. Then the next step of the organization is the period where the quiz is online. And we have to make sure that everything works and we have an accurate ranking. And then the fifth step is by the end of the quiz, reward the participants with the prizes. Together with this organization, we also focuses on a school-specific web link for every school who signed up for the quiz. So schools can follow up their average school score of their students, and they receive also an overview of the best and the worst answered questions of the quiz. This can give them direction to the school this can give direction to the school on which traffic teams there is still room to improve or better skill their pupils in the future. And that's also what we try to do is to engage and support the school managers as management as much as we can to have to make it very easy for them to implement it and put traffic education on their schedule or on their menu. The key strengths and successes of these project or quiz concept is that it's fun and motivating. We also learned that the prizes were very motivator factor. And the competitive element, something I've already heard a few times during this seminar day, that it can be a strength to make success of a project. The quiz concept is also easy and quick to use. It's easy and quick to sign up, but it's also user-friendly once you want to participate as a young adult or as a student. It's very user-friendly. And because of the large reach we have with an easy online quiz concept, we can also highlight traffic education in secondary schools and make sure that it remains important once the reach of 12 is once the age of 12 is reached, that it's something with a bigger aim as well to do and organize more than the quiz itself. Then I would like to, we're very pleased with the results of the quiz because it was last year the first time we organized it or make the translation for young adults in secondary education. But we're very happy to announce that, or to see that there were 241 secondary schools in Flanders who have participated in this online quiz concept, and that the period where the quiz was online, which was 3 weeks, the quiz was played more than 88,000 times. So that's something we're very happy with. Also, we know, or we saw that there were more than 21,000 participants who participated in the quiz, and we got some very positive and enthusiastic feedback from schools. And that's why we already planned to create a second edition of the quiz in 2026. By organize it again, we will try to motivate and help school staff to do something about traffic and mobility education, which is easy and fun and less time consuming. So I would like to include that we can equip young road users, become safe road users, and we can do that together. As a Flemish Foundation for Traffic Knowledge and specific My Aging Group, we are trying to do that with this project by supporting the school staff and the school teachers. But as I can conclude on the seminar of today, we are also doing it together across Europe by sharing and inspiring each other with projects from across Europe. So thank you very much for your attention and for your time. And also thank you very much for the organization of this event and the chance I get to present this project. Since we have a little time delay, I'm not sure if there is still room for the question and answer session, but don't hesitate to contact me. These are my contact details. If you have any suggestions or more questions about this traffic safety quiz, you can send me an email. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I wish you a very pleasant day.
Thank you, Elsa, for inspiring us. Is there any question? They are going to think that we are very shy people, but it
it's not always like this. Okay, Teresa and Ulrich, thank you very much. We will contact you if we need to know anything else. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, so from 9 a.m. this morning, we have lived many experiences here, and now we are going to ask Frank Mute, Manager of Policies and Projects at the European Transport Safety Council, that will help us with, taking stock of what we have lived here. Sorry, I think I'm tired now. So please speak you. Thank you.
Thank you, and in that case, I'll keep it short and sweet as well, also in the interest of time. I hope you found it as interesting as I did today to hear about all the presentations. We started off with the presentations on setting objectives and designing activities, evaluating them as well as then monitoring the implementation of the education. And from there, we took to the projects. First, it was very interesting to hear about all the projects that are going on here in Navarra. Thank you very much for informing us about that. The other projects that are happening here in Spain, as well as then the projects from across Europe, the different countries that presented today. In this regard, I want to highlight that the presentation slides and the recordings will be uploaded later after the seminar from the Learn website at trafficsafetyeducation.eu. If you're registered to this event, you should get a notification email once they are available online. And I'd also like to go through a round of thank yous. First of all, thank you very much to the Gobierno de Navarra and the Servicio de Tráfico de Navarra. Thank you very much for hosting the Learn European Traffic Education Seminar here today in the lovely Pamplona. Really appreciate it. Also want to thank very much Fundación Mafra again for your continued support for the Learn project. And thank you as well to all the speakers, both those here in the room as well as those online. Really interesting presentations, and thank you for sharing your projects and expertise with us. I'd also like to take a quick moment to thank the team behind the scene that you have not seen today, but who have been working tirelessly to make this such a great day. Muchas gracias to Javier from Servicio Tráfico de Navarra. Thank you very much for the organization, as well as Jorge from Fundación Mafra, who behind the scenes have done a ton of work to make today happen. Thank you very much as well to the technical team in the back of the room, as well as the interpreters who have made sure that we'd be able to understand each other. And of course, finally, Christina for the excellent moderation of today's seminar. So thank you very much for attending, whether in the room or online, and we hope to have another opportunity to see you again at a future Learn event, perhaps the Global Traffic Education Seminar in January. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank Mutze, for your help today. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will really appreciate it. Y hora de decir adiós.
And it's time to say goodbye and to say thank you. Thank you for having been here, and thank you for your daily work, which is what matters most. We've spoken about collaboration and across Europe, which is the important thing, right? Because we are working in the same direction from all over the place, and we are looking for inspiring ideas and for inspiring experiences. Very many of you are doing that. You've been very experienced. Thank you very much, Neil. There's a lot at stake. Thank you on behalf of the entities having organized this. We don't know where it will be. We will meet next, but we will meet next soon. Thank you very much.